Did a herd of wild boars just come through your apartment? I knew it. Yeah, it is, I hear you. Huh?
We go. Nope. There we go. There we go. Good
Oh,
afternoon. Good
no.
afternoon. Yes, you were coming through, but I was not. You were coming through, but I was
Oh,
not.
no!
Oh, jeez. Okay. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, everyone. It is I, Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, joined by the cat. Introduce yourself,
Hey.
Nyano.
Hey. No. That slide's coming out.
Yeah, fair enough. Fair enough. Fair enough. Well, we've got a few minutes before we bother going on with it. But yes,
So
yes.
true.
So true, so true. But yes. So this is Nyanomancer. He's an old friend of mine. A
Hey, I only just turned 30, okay?
you're a geezer.
True.
You've now been geezerified. You've now
I guess
been
it doesn't be the old
geezerated.
friend then, huh?
Yeah. You've now been
Fair.
geezerated. I that is absolutely a Twitch norm that does not translate well into the real world. I'm pretty sure that if you
No.
called one of your a 32-year-old woman a hag to her face, she would punch you. I think
Hilarious.
yeah, I do not think that would go over well. So
I think I would get shot.
yeah. You get shot, you take it to court, the judge like, what's wrong with you? Go to prison.
Yeah, pretty much. Now, son, what have you been doing recently? Calling
Oh,
them, relatively young women hags in my jurisdiction.
oh,
I think you should go to
absolutely,
prison for life.
absolutely. Especially given the way the U.S. judicial system operates, there's an understated element of the American judicial system is that judges are really old, and like getting older like really rapidly. I think the average age of a judge is like 62 or something. It's like ridiculous. Like there's just like no young people who are judges.
Holy crap.
Yeah. It's
The
there's a
emulsioning.
there was a good episode of All Lawyers Are Bastards about how judges as a category are so old that senility itself is now a significant factor in the entire functioning of the judiciary system.
Wow.
So like it's just like a thing you have to worry about.
I didn't want to think about this today.
Yeah, there was a really good court case where a judge is like hearing a corporate trial where like they're talking about like blah 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 email blah 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 so and so blah blah blah. Oh, yeah, forgot to warn you, Nano. The small and tall redeems will.
Oh no! I'm scored.
It's really funny with you.
This ain't good, man. I'm shorter than I already am.
The fact that your orb is now no longer round is very funny.
I can get rid of it, don't worry.
And Vex, thank you for the gift sub to Clonk. And to Latorasis, thank you for the gift subs. Thank you for the gift subs. I feel like we should do some hellos because Clonk was here before we started stream while we were fighting VTS, so I want to make sure we don't miss Clonk particularly. Thank you for showing up.
Clonk. Hey,
Hello,
bestie.
Hello, Clonk. Hello, me. Hello, Seribots. Hello, Nyano. Hello, Glassman. Hello, Sir Alm. Hello, Vexing Cats. Hello, Nando. Hello, Kyle372DDR. Hello, ArchP_. Hello, Latorasis. And of course, and hello, Gringotts Underwriter. And of course, hello to the lurkers and the VOD watchers. And yes, you know, I always feel the need to acknowledge some of the cute streamers that I see in chat. Do you know Vex and Cat Nyano?
I do. I
follow him. Yeah, Vex is wonderful, and we all know Clonk.
Who?
Clonk coming in here with the bodega wave. Love the bodega buds. Love the little buds. Oh yeah, I figured that you wouldn't be able to stay super long, Clonk, because I know that you our timings usually don't match up super well. So I was like, I gotta make sure that I acknowledge Clonk and tell him that we love him. But yes, yes. So what the hell was I talking about before? But
In terms of introductions, I am Nyanomancer. I'm the fiddle cat mage in the bottom. Well, right-hand corner. That's close enough to the right-hand corner
yeah,
of your screen. I am the one and only cat who is also a wizard of the entirety of Twitch.tv.
it's true. It's true. It's
There
true.
are none others like me.
It's true. And you're 30 in cat, which is insanely old for a cat. You know, cats usually
Well, if I
very.
was 30 in cat years, I'd be well, actually, no, I can't say anything about that because then Twitch
Oh yeah.
would.
No, you're not 30 in cat years. You're 30 in human years, which in cat years is
Yeah.
like 80 billion years.
So true. So true. Much
Yeah.
older than that, actually.
Yeah, much older than 80 billion years.
You ever heard of them fellers called the ancient Egyptians? You ever wondered why they worship cats?
Yeah.
All me, baby.
I thought you were gonna go for like all of the cats that are alive have always been alive. That's just like a normal thing for cats.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like the single electron theory.
I was gonna bring that up. You read my mind. I was gonna bring up single electron theory.
There's only one cat and it's everywhere.
It's just one cat,
And it's all me.
which is like a fun variation because there's like there's a theory that I've heard fairly frequently of the orange cat theorem. That all orange cats have one brain cell.
Oh yeah, and they share it.
Yeah, there's just the one brain cell between all orange cats on the planet.
I believe it. They have to share a consciousness because they're all goofy.
Hell yeah, good for them.
I wish that were me.
And we upset Vex after she's been so nice. She's been so nice.
You have the brain cell most often, Vex. It's okay.
She's actually they all share the same brain, but she's just hogging 90% of the brain cells.
Yeah.
But yes. No, it's been. Oh my goodness. But yeah, it's been a while since we've done a collab together, Nyano. I think the last one was.
It was earlier this year, I believe.
It was earlier this. Well, it's definitely this year. It was definitely this year. But it was when we did what's it called? Rabbit and Steel together.
Yes. Well, that was a long time ago.
Yeah. Ah, good game. I like Rabbit and Steel. Haven't touched it in a minute, but
yeah, me neither.
I mean, it's one of those games that like I don't think you need to get super into. The payoff is pretty quick. The payoff is pretty quick. It's not a game that I think demands a lot of investment from you. It's a game that you pick up and you just have fun with it, and you put it down, and then you pick up later and you have fun with it.
Getting into the inspiration behind it, the worldwide acclaimed, the one, the only Final Fantasy 14.
Oh man, you've played 14, right? Did we talk about this?
I played it back in 2020 during the pandemic for 6 hours, then I got bored.
Oh wow, that's very short. That's very short.
Yeah, I started in Gridania, which apparently sucks.
It does, yeah.
So I started in Limsa, which sucks worse.
I think I was Limsa. Yeah, I was Limsa. I started in Limsa because I was.
That one's considered the worst, I think. At least
it's definitely the laggiest. Definitely the laggiest. I mean, like, there's only so many starting cities, and like, but like, what are you left with at that point? You're left with Old R, which is really annoying to navigate. And also kind of ugly.
Yeah.
Limsa's at least funny.
Yeah.
It's like here in our dark fantasy, it's just like a beach resort. It's at least funny.
Yeah, the world ended 5 years ago. Anyway, this is Disneyland.
Yeah, exactly. That's very much the vibe of the game. Funny game. But yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting one because it is interesting to see how people react to that because I know some people who absolutely love it, and there's one streamer I know who's playing through it, and like every single time I talk to him about it, he's like, I'm suffering, bro. I'm suffering. This writing, bro.
What is he, an ARR?
I think last I talked to him, he was like early Shadowbringers, which is like after people say it gets good, but like
Shadowbringers is good.
You've only played 6 hours.
I've played more since then, Almantas.
Oh, you misled me. You misled me by omission.
Also, I watched all the cutscenes for Shadowbringers on YouTube.
That's fair. That's fair.
I was like, yo, this is sick.
Yeah, that's pretty funny. you bamboozled me. You have bamboozled me. Indeed.
I'm well known for bamboozling. Maybe japes. Maybe japing.
Maybe japing. Maybe bamboozling.
Some tomfoolery will be present.
Tomfoolery. But yes. I mean, it is always interesting to see how these. I mean, we're going to be talking about epic fantasy, so this feels like a nice slow lead into that. But when I think about one of the things that has like constantly been stuck in my craw for years is the World of Warcraft writing team. It was Metzen, I believe, was the one responsible for this quote of always make things bigger. Don't have a war that lasts for 10 years, have it last for 10,000 years. Don't have a giant that's 10 feet tall, have a giant that's 10,000 feet tall.
Where is this man?
He's retired from Blizzard, so he's probably enjoying a very nice, expensive home somewhere in California or Hawaii.
I'm going to cut it short.
Yeah.
How long was that man employed at Blizzard?
Oh, like at least 10 years. He was like the design lead for World of
No,
Warcraft.
10,000 years.
10,000 years. Yes. 10,000 years.
Gotta pump up that CV.
And it's one of those things that like when I think about how you do epics, it to me showcases an important thing to not do when making epics.
Agreed.
Which, if you've played World of Warcraft, you actually understand this problem very quickly. Which is, if you've done the Ragnaros raid, what does Ragnaros look like to you?
I have no idea. I've never played.
Fair enough. But so he's so tall that all you can see of him, if you are not deliberately panned up from such a low angle that you can't see the ground or where you're going or anything, if you have your camera angle so you can see the ground at all, you cannot see above his feet.
So you can't see it, but I'm just sort of staring. I'm just like, huh?
Yeah.
Why?
Because he's too tall. He's too damn tall. Like, why did they make him that tall? Because why make a guy who's 10 feet tall or 100 feet tall when you can make him 10,000 feet tall? It's asinine. Like it's a problem. It's a problem, and I think that's
there's definitely a problem with like eternally raising the stakes like that.
Yeah, absolutely, and I think that it's sometimes a bit of a misunderstanding about how to make a compelling epic, right? That like,
oh yeah,
like
I mean, all you really need to do to understand how to make a compelling epic is read the first one, read the Epic of Gilgamesh, for example.
Yeah, read Gilgamesh.
The stakes actually go down after Enkidu dies.
Yeah.
Like they kill the Bull of Heaven, and then the stakes just start declining, and Gilgamesh is just like, "Oh no, everyone and everything I love, including me, is going to die. I can't have that."
Yeah, and I mean, and let's think about some of the other big epics, like the Iliad, the Song of Roland. Like these are the Iliad and Odyssey. Like do have gods involved, but it's relatively grounded stakes, and it's worth remembering that Homer was writing in a sociological.
They're not the central characters. Odysseus and his family and the people he interacts with; those are the primary characters.
Absolutely. And
the problems are typically Odysseus' own fault.
They are typically Odysseus' own fault. It's a very, very Greek story in that hubris is like the origin of like most of the problems. Like it is characters' pride that causes problems. You know, like the opening of the Iliad is, you know, sing O Muse of the rage of Achilles. And why is Achilles mad? Achilles is mad because Agamemnon insulted him.
Yep.
Like his boss screwed him. Like, you know, his boss screwed him. Admittedly, how he screwed him over was by not allotting him the slave that he felt entitled to, but that just shows you a lot about Greek norms and culture.
Yeah. But, it wasn't exactly uncommon back in, you know, 1100 BC or whatever. Or 700 BC.
Yeah, I was about to say, the Iliad's quite a bit older than
but the war itself, which if it actually happened, and it probably did.
Yeah, probably did.
It was probably like somewhere between like 1100 and 1400 BC.
Maybe, it's hard to say. There's probably more than one war that involved the Trojans fighting.
I mean, the Trojan Mount had like what, 7 layers, something like that?
Oh yeah. 7+ layers, and
yeah.
was an Ionian Greek city. Like it probably, as far as we can tell from ancient Greek records, warfare was pretty endemic to the culture. So, you know, probably fought more than one war.
Oh yeah, easy. Probably was
Easy.
destroyed multiple times. So people are like, wait a minute, I bet we could build it better.
Oh, that meme about Gundam. It's like every single plot line is like, what if we make Xeon?
Oh, what if we destroy Australia?
Hold on, Nyano, you keep talking for a moment. I gotta reset my.
Oh no. Okay. Well, fellas, here's what you do if you're in a Gundam series. What you do is, first you think to yourself, what would Char Ansible do? And if Char Ansible would destroy Australia, you're correct. You're right. That is the correct choice of action.
It's true. There was no G Gundam for Australia, right?
It's also an acceptable way to deflate the stakes because Australia, I don't think it matters. That's horrible. I'm sorry.
There's like 5 Australians in my regulars.
There's like 5 Australians total. Holy cow! You captured an entire market.
Yeah, I'm literally just missing Cleo IT. Every other Australian's in the audience. But yeah, the most overrepresented demographic in VTubing, the Australian. But yes, yeah, it's that I guess is getting us the kind of leading into our subject matter, which is this concept of epic fantasy and epic fiction, and it's one of those things that I think is somewhat, I guess it's kind of a lesson that people took in a weird way from how Lord of the Rings and the Silmarillion operate. The real story of all of that is, is the story of Frodo. Like, that's the real story. Yeah. Frodo and Sam is the real story.
Yeah,
and then the fact that there's
the Lord of the Rings is that the lesson is like, it really. I'm pretty sure that Tolkien was heavily inspired by what was it? What did Paul say? Like the greatest among you shall be made lesser, and the lesser among you shall be made greater.
Yeah.
Probably heavily inspired by that particular line from Paul.
Yeah. Oh yeah, extremely Christian guy. If people don't know Tolkien, extreme Christian to the point where other Christians found him quite off-putting.
Yeah, you know why? Because he had a depth of soul and character that they didn't.
I don't know if that's fair to say about C.S. Lewis. C.S. Lewis is who I was thinking of.
Well,
found him off.
Not C.S. Lewis. Not C.S. Lewis. I'm talking about more modern expressions, rather.
Oh yeah. I grew up Catholic, and so I was thinking about Tolkien in the context of like, oh, he's one of those Catholics, like one of those guys who just
the first will become last, and the last will become first. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Tolkien, blue shell aficionado.
He would absolutely use it if Mario Kart came out in 1965.
Oh yeah. No, I'm.
He'd sit there, chuckle, puff on his pipe, and go, "Christopher, watch this."
He would. And I think it's. I think it's funny that I don't even know where I was going with that, but it's. Yeah, I guess where I was really going with this is like stuff like the events of the Silmarillion, the stuff with like Morgoth and the Noldor and stuff like that. The whole point of that is to be background, right?
Yeah,
like that's never where the action is really meant to be. That is supposed to be background. That's meant to be background. It's understood as background by the people in universe and for the literary purposes of what Tolkien was working on. Like for the goals that he had, it's background. It's very much intended, and I think that like when you're creating fiction that's at the tier of gods, there are people who've done it better and there are people who've done it worse.
Yes. Yes. There are many who have tried. There are many who have failed, and there's also many who have done a pretty okay job.
There's many who have done a pretty good job. Yeah, it's entirely possible to make.
It's the problem is. Most people see like the battles between gods and like, oh, that's so sick, nasty, that's cool as crap. But like, you can't really engage with that on an emotional level a lot of the time. I mean, even to take a look at like, for example, the epics of like the how do you pronounce it? Is it the Bhagavad Gita?
Just go with Gita. The Gita. Yeah.
Gita, right? How do you pronounce the first word though?
Bhagavad.
Bhagavad?
Bhagavad.
Bhagavad?
Bhagavad. Yeah.
Bhagavad.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'd have to
Bhagavad
double
Gita.
check the way they write it in Sanskrit, because sometimes
We'll just
the
leave it
A's
there.
are sometimes people do the A's goofy when they put it
Yeah.
into English. Because there's two
I
different
mean, I'm
things.
pretty sure that even in the Gita, the primary viewpoint characters are like humans
Mhm.
a lot of the time, and it's them dealing with the consequences and interacting with the gods
Mhm.
and being like, "Oh, yeah, that dude could kill me with a rock
Yeah.
from 300 miles away or more."
Yeah. Absolutely. And like it's something that I think often gets missed about. It's something that I think sometimes they're good about and sometimes not good about, right? Like this is not actually something I think is this what I'm about to bring up is not like always that much of a weakness in World of Warcraft writing as much as I rag on it. There's
Mhm.
like a big difference between the way that like a Greek or even Hindu relationship with the gods work is that those gods are not they're not transcendental gods. They're immanent gods.
Mhm.
They live with you. They are around you.
Yeah.
Ganesh is a guy. He's an extraordinarily powerful guy with an
Yeah.
elephant head, but he's
Yeah.
a guy.
Yeah.
In a way that the Christian God is not. And
Yeah.
in fairness, I think that is something like how World of Warcraft treats it, where like gods are and JRPGs in general, where gods are things that you can like meet and kill.
Yeah.
Zeus is is a guy in the sense of
He's
being
the king of guys. The
exclusionary
prototypical
with being a
guy.
man. Like he's a guy.
Mhm.
He is a that fucking guy.
He's the
He's a
dude.
dude. Yeah.
Why has Jeff Bridges never played Zeus in like a Greek
That's a good.
history or a Greek myth
That's
like
a really good question.
schlock film?
You'd be really good
He'd be
at it.
perfect for him.
Yeah. Yeah. Like who would be better? Who would be better? Like the only thing that would really be stopping him is like he'd also be a pretty good Poseidon.
Oh yeah, he would be a really good Poseidon. You're right.
Yeah.
Hey man, could you like get out of my waves?
Oh, it does kind of interfere a little bit with both of them, more so with Poseidon to me, because I'm like, I think we all kind of got rewritten by Hades.
Yeah,
I think
Poseidon's definitely more of like a wrathful,
yeah,
impulsive, very, I suppose you would say type A personality.
yeah. He's a big mad.
Mhm.
That Poseidon guy is big mad. There's a reason why he is the god of earthquakes.
Mhm.
He is not nice. And
Timber is famous.
in Hades, he is very chill.
Mhm.
He's a chill guy in Hades. Like I said, Hades has completely rewritten our fucking brains as a society.
Mhm.
As a society, we definitely. I think that might now be the most important way that people understand Greek mythology is through Hades. But yeah, it's.
Hmm.
I think we've done a nice little preambulatory yap. Do you want to? Should we introduce our subject matter for the day, Yana?
Very well, we shall.
Right.
Please.
And we are over to the main live screen. So
Indeed.
So
We're discussing the Stormlight Archive today. Or what if we gave mentally ill fellas superpowers?
What if we gave mentally ill guys superpowers?
It would be no different than real life. Laugh track, snare drum, applause.
It is interesting because I there's an argument I think to be made that this is fairly typical in superpower fantasies, right? Because it's not how they were originally contextualized, but I think it's kind of hard to deny that in our current understanding of mental health, that Batman and Spider-Man are pretty traumatized guys, pretty badly traumatized guys. And I know people who definitely argue that Superman is mentally ill, that he has clown's disease, where he believes the United States is worth sacrificing for, but I don't think that's his intention or how he was originally.
Superman's moved to more global inspiration in recent years.
And I mean, the intention of Superman in the original one was some Jews in Brooklyn going, we hope those good old-fashioned Midwestern boys help us punch Hitler.
Yeah.
Back in the 30s, yeah, it was very much a Jewish empowerment fantasy.
Mhm.
Not not super much a like deranged patriotism fantasy, which I don't think he's ever felt particularly deranged to me. I've never like there's alternate universe Supermans where he's a deranged lunatic, but like
Well, yeah. And there's also the one where he's communist. That was fun.
there's
Red Sun.
Red Sun. There's Red Sun. I was thinking about the one where he's like dictator of the world.
Oh yeah, Injustice. Injustice.
Yeah. Was it Injustice or was it All Star? I always.
That wasn't All Star. All Star is where Superman's dying.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
That's one of my personal favorite ones.
That's the one that everybody keeps on recommending. I keep on not getting around to it because I keep on just reading schlocky romance
The
mangas.
art's phenomenal. It's really good. It's really good. It got my tears flowing at the end, dog.
All right. I'll have to check it out. I did like the Superman Shazam crossover. That's a very good crossover. If you want
I
to.
think I read that one. I'm kind of a novice when it comes to comics.
That's fair. I'm also very much a novice, but it asks the extremely reasonable question of wait a second, Shazam's a kid.
Yes.
Extremely
I know
reasonable
that one.
question.
I know that one. That one's just like, oh.
But yeah, you know, we can talk more about this, but you know, what is mental health? What is a mentally well fella?
Yep, we can get into that. Certainly.
Well, let's get into what the Stormlight Archive is.
First, next slide, please. An introduction. Behold, I'm the one and only cat who is also a wizard. I'm a cat, wizard, streamer, amateur voice actor, writer. I got that ADHD, depression, anxiety combo pack. I like reading, writing, and tabletop games. I'm single.
Congratulations.
Thank you. I've worked very hard.
Worked very hard. And I'm not as anxious a person, I don't think, as you, but I definitely have the ADHD and depression.
Oh yeah,
definitely got those.
Combo pack, love it.
Combo pack right there. And I you know, just as my own personal experience, I always find kind of interesting. I did not get diagnosed with ADHD until my mid-30s.
I didn't get diagnosed until last year, so my almost 30s.
Yeah, and I think you probably then had a similar experience to me where when I was young, ADHD existed downstream of getting bad grades in school.
Correct, and I had good grades, so I wasn't diagnosed.
Yep, same experience. I was not a bad enough student for anybody to even consider it. And so
then I hit college, and everything fell apart.
But
we'll get into that.
We'll get into that. Okay.
Yeah. To reference my pedigree, I mean, I do read quite a bit. I do write fairly often. I have made several settings for tabletop games. Nothing professional, just stuff that I've ran with friends. So, and I have a passing interest in psychology.
Interest in psychology.
I think that I might be an expert on several subjects.
Think that you might be an expert on several subjects.
I'm dunning and Krugering so hard right now. Okay. I'm at the peak of Mount Stupid.
All right, excellent.
So much confidence and so little knowledge. It's crazy.
I would not describe it that way. And if you want if you want a little fun piece of psychology, the results of the Dunning-Kruger experiments can be explained with equal quality by a competing hypothesis, which is that everybody estimates that they're about average. If everybody's estimating themselves as closer to average than they are, then you will get the same results.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah.
That also makes sense.
Yeah, right? It's just regression to the mean. It's... But nobody likes that because it's just a null hypothesis. And I'm just the one guy out here being like, null hypotheses are really funny.
Nobody likes null hypotheses.
Nobody likes the null hypothesis. It's just me. The one null. If there's one fan left of the null hypothesis, it is I. If there's nobody left defending the null hypothesis, I am dead.
Indeed.
Alrighty.
Then, now, for the author of the Stormlight Archive. By the way, guys, I'll get into what exactly the Stormlight Archive is in a bit. We gotta discuss the author, though. We gotta get some backstory on this guy. Next slide, please. Brandon Sanderson, the man who craps out books. He wrote full 12 novels before being published. He wrote 4 novels in secret, released them in 2023. If you don't know him, he's most well known for his Cosmere meta series, which includes the Mistborn series, Stormlight series, and several others. He's also not single. Sorry about that.
Sorry to the ladies.
Sanderson is a prolific writer. He, I believe, has published something close to... It's over 30, and I think it's reaching 40. Let me see his exact Sanderson number of books published. 71 books! Never mind. He's written 71 books. That's a bit crazy.
That's a lot. That's an enormous amount. And I would contest that these are not what he is most famous for. What I think he's most famous for is finishing the Wheel of Time series.
That too.
When Robert Jordan passed away without finishing it, which I think is mostly... I'm mostly bringing this up to cite that Sanderson finishes things.
Yes.
Like he finishes things, which is I am a fan of saying this about writing, because I do some writing and some editing professionally, and done is better than good.
Yes.
If this is like
looking at you, Patrick. Looking at you, George.
I assumed you were going for George first. I was surprised. That was not who you said first.
Well, I dislike Patrick more.
Oh, that's fair. That's fair. I wasn't gonna bring him up because I don't like him at all. So I don't. I just try not to think about him.
I mean, fair enough.
Yeah. I mean, he's a pretty dislikable guy. Assuming we're talking about Rothfuss, right?
Of course.
Okay, yeah. I was like, is there another Patrick that I don't want to be accidentally shit talking some random Patrick, like just some guy named Patrick who you're referring to.
There's in the world, Patrick Rothfuss and Saint Patrick, and one of them is cool.
Yeah. Yeah. One of them, at least one of them is cool. There's at least one cool Patrick on this planet. So if you are also named Patrick out there, there's still hope.
Sorry, you're not actually real. You're not one of the two.
But yeah, so Sanderson finishes things, which
correct. The reason why I didn't bring up the Wheel of Time is because I never read the Wheel of... Actually, that's a lie. I read the first book of the Wheel of Time, and I did not like it, so I didn't bother continuing.
Fair enough. Yeah, I think it's worth just bringing up that like he's...
It is. That's what propelled him into the limelight. I can't believe that I forgot that.
Yeah, and again, he finishes things. He gets things done. I don't know if you're going to talk about this, but he is responsible for I would say, I don't want to say like he's fully responsible, but he does kind of stand as a little bit of the start point for something I do not like in fantasy fiction discourse. His distinctions about like laws of magic should be internally consistent. I just don't agree. I just fundamentally don't agree, and
I think it has its place.
I think it has its place. I think that for the function of the stories that he writes, I think it's fine. I think it's a fine and reasonable.
It would be necessary.
Yeah, I think it's a fine and reasonable choice to make when you are setting out to make a story. I do not think that it is a good critical lens to apply to just any fiction.
I think I believe it's the second law that he has that I think is kind of okay to apply. The less distinct, the less defined, the less the reader understands how a particular system functions, the less you can use it to solve plot problems.
Oh, that's fair. Well, I mean that's a matter of like genre, right? Like that's like a mystery genre convention. Like,
sure.
if you're doing something that's like a mystery or even a thriller, it's important that the reader feels like they have the tools from an early point to make sense of how the story is going to end. Whereas if you're writing something, so you want to talk, there's an author who I'm going to talk about when we get more into the discussion, who none of her stories have that as a requirement. It's totally unnecessary for her stories because they're just not written in that genre at all. They're not written in a genre.
Le Guin?
No, I will talk about Le Guin. I do love Le Guin.
Le Guin. See, this is my problem. I've never spoken about these people. All I've read are their names. And when you read a name, you're wrong. It doesn't matter how you start pronouncing it, you're wrong.
Nando basically hit the nail on the head, which is I don't think that all fantasy should be hard, and there you will run into like arguments online with people where they do treat.
Yeah, I agree, but
and I don't think it's a
really
good critical lens.
that Sanderson also says that all fantasy shouldn't be hard.
Yeah, I think that Sanderson. I don't want to like lay this entirely at Sanderson's feet. He just gets quoted a lot in a way that I think is not good.
It's just his fans who unfortunately misinterpret what he says.
It's unfortunate. It's unfortunate. But no, I was going to bring up Anna Kavan. Anna Kavan, who is a very very Lynchian type writer. But we'll get to that. We'll get to that. So we've introduced Sanderson, the man who gets books done, which is an incredible contrast to. I don't want to be unfair to Robert Jordan because he died, so it feels a little bit unfair to bring that up. And I do think he was trying to finish, but you know, Martin.
No, how dare he? He had work to do.
Abercrombie also finishes all his damn books, but Martin, I think. I think it would be really funny for Martin to just say he's done.
Yeah,
I think that would be very.
The show's a definitive ending. I'm tired of it.
It would also be very funny if he just said no. The book ends with the last line of the most recent book, whatever, Dance with Dragons, and that's just the end. That's it.
That'd be rather postmodern, wouldn't it?
It would be. It would be. It would be. I'm down for it. That's why I'm down for it. So Sanderson is married. And what else can we say?
He's also very Mormon.
I forgot about that detail.
I haven't. It's present in all of his works.
Okay, yeah. Whenever I think of the Mormon fantasy, when I think of the Mormon fantasy and sci-fi author, I think of that other one.
Orson Scott Card?
Yup.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
I remembered that.
Yeah.
What a fella.
What a fella.
What a guy.
There's a guy. I mostly I mostly mention this because if somebody had given me the prompt that I give people to guest on this is, what is a book that changed your life? Not what is your favorite book, not what is the best book, what is a book that changed your life? Because I think that those are really stressful questions, whereas what's a book that changed your life is a deeper question. And my instinctive choice would probably be Ender's Game by Orson Scott Card, and I do not recommend it. I would not try to sell people on that book. It did change my life, but I don't think I can say that everybody needs to read it. I do not think I can say that. It just hit me at a particular time in a particular moment.
It's the same way for me in the Stormlight Archive. Although I am probably going to sell it to you guys because I think it is kind of worth reading for the most part, if only because, for reasons that I'll get into. I'll get into it. Don't worry, I've got a plan.
Okay.
Talk is there. So first, I think we should have a little bit of an introduction to what exactly the Stormlight Archive is. It is a planned series of 10 novels. 5 of which, the 5th of which is coming out, let's see, on December 6th, I believe. I've got it pre-ordered. I'm very excited. And it primarily takes place on the storm-scarred world of Roshar, a land shaped by the hurricane like high storms that rage every couple of weeks. Kaladin, best boy? Absolutely. Kaladin is my man. Kaladin's cool. Most of the flora and fauna have adapted to these conditions, becoming crabs, coral, other sea life. Roshar is basically the world of carcinization made manifest.
Excellent. We love a crab. I love crabs.
Thoughts and emotions take on a very real presence in this land in the form of spren, which are little platonic-like spirits that are attracted to concepts and emotions. Also, if you live there and are mentally ill, you might get superpowers.
Just
That's
random.
always a plus. Just it's not random, but yeah, you might get superpowers. It's crazy. Wild how that works in this place. And this is due to a number of factors. You see, the reason why you should become mentally ill is so you can get the superpowers. Of course. That's how things work.
That's how things work.
Instead of the superpowers causing the mental illness, the mental illness causes the superpowers. So I think the vast majority of VTubers and VTuber audiences should probably move to Roshar at the soonest opportunity. They'll have a fantastic time there.
Excellent.
They might get superpowers.
They might get superpowers.
They might get superpowers. Of course, they could also die horribly
Ooh,
in many number of ways.
I mean, that's true. I mean, the good / bad news is that might happen anyway on this world.
True, but we don't get superpowers here. Maybe. So,
Maybe.
basically, next slide, please. You got some
Next
examples of the
slide.
flora and fauna.
Critters and plants.
Indeed, critters and plants. Got some cool stuff over here. It's just a filler slide. I thought these things look cool. These are most of the pictures that I'm drawing from are from in-world, and by in-world I mean in-novel documents that were drawn up by a viewpoint character, actually. So, as you can see, the world has a very strange sort of, what's the word that I'm thinking of? You could call it a biosphere, that works. Has a strange sort of biosphere that it's based primarily upon defending oneself from these horrific storms that blow with, I don't know, 300, 400, 500 mile per hour winds because they can just move boulders and crack mountains in half. Every couple of weeks, basically. It's crazy. It's wild. And you might be sitting to yourself thinking about that. Well, this place actually seems kind of really bad to live. I wonder if the horrible conditions on this planet, I wonder if they contribute to the mental illness. And you'd be correct. And this segues quite nicely into why this is particularly significant to me. Next slide, please. For you see, these books came to me at a particularly rough patch in my life. However, none of you are going to pay attention to that. If you could find a way to zoom in on the cool swords to distract everybody from what I'm about to say.
Amazing.
But none of you are going to care about that. We're here for the cool swords. I was in college. I had been diagnosed with major depressive disorder and anxiety, generalized anxiety disorder, about 2 years before I was introduced to this thing. I was not doing well. I was quite lucky on some days if I would leave my dorm room at all to go to class or to interact with people or really to do anything. But one of my roommates introduced me to this series, and of course, the primary main fella of the first book, a fella by the name of Kaladin, is a depressed boy. And I identified, or rather, not identified with, but the circumstances that he was what?
So we got raided.
Raid!
Hello, Entomolomoth. Let me give the shout out. I apologize to Nyano and to Entomolomoth. This is always a little bit of a balancing act. Hello. I am Almantas, former professor, current VTuber, old man who loves old things. And today I am having on guest lecturer Nyanomancer to discuss a book.
Who was also a wizard.
Yes, to discuss a book of great personal importance to him. Yes. So do you want to back up a little bit for the Raiders and? Do you want to back up a little bit for the Raiders and say, oh, do we want to go back to they want to see the critters section, if that's okay?
You want to see the critters? Yeah. Go back.
Just one slide prior, we get to see the critters.
One slide prior, we get to see some of the critters. We got plants, we got crabs, and then we got insect and crabs and fish people. That's right. These critters, they're good. They're tasty. They got sweet meat inside of them. That big guy in the middle, that's called a chul. Why they call it a chul? Look at it. If you looked at it and saw that, you would also say chul. Well, kind of fish people. We're like crab people, but we don't talk about what's happening with them currently. It's kind of depressing. Like most things in the series, actually.
Most things in the series?
Yeah.
Entomolomoth is a entomologist VTuber.
Ooh. I think you would probably particularly enjoy the field journals that are present in this series, the Stormlight Archive. You would have fun with them.
Yes. And she's a co-nominee for the maybe competitor, unfortunately, for the educational VTuber award with me. That's
ooh, nice.
Yeah. This is Stormlight Archive.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you. I am trying to generate an Amazon affiliate link while we speak, and it is fighting me. But yes. So yes, this is yeah, so lots of crabs. Crabs are wonderful. Crabs are wonderful. I like crabs quite a bit.
The audiobooks are also fantastic. But then you don't get to see the cool pictures.
That's a shame. That's a shame to not see the cool
They're
pictures.
also 50 hours long.
It is a long series. It is long series.
Oh, yeah. There are many words. I believe the first book is 386,000 words long.
That's very long.
And it just gets worse.
War and Peace is about 500,000, just for people to get a sensibility about that. I believe we were looking at a list of the longest fantasy series, and this one clocked in.
Stormlight will be up there.
Well, it was 1.8 million. It clocked in the middle, which is many words, objectively speaking. It is many words, objectively speaking. Yeah, we put it right between. I believe it was right ahead of. Was it Lord of the Rings, but behind the First Law? I think was the order.
I believe it was in the latter third in terms of length.
Yeah. The chart's all messed up because it was a chart about wandering in, which is absurd. It's also, no, it's ahead of Song of Ice and Fire. It's right ahead of Ice and Fire.
Yep.
Right ahead of Ice and Fire. Right ahead of
15 entries separating it from the Wandering Inn, which is gargantuan.
That was not what I wanted to. This was actually the thing that this was the actual chart. Wandering Inn is disgusting. Wandering Inn is absolutely disgusting. Let me just fiddle with this a little bit because I did not want to do it. That was not intended to display like that. So Control F5. Nope.
I'm honestly impressed that someone could wax on for 10 million words and still have a story to tell at the end of it.
It is, and they've been getting much better. That's like the scary part. They just write like 50,000 words a week. That's it. That's
crazy.
They just like don't stop. It's just endless.
I'm imagining the father from Coraline.
they just never stop. Enjoy your lurk.
At the desk, just bleary-eyed, glasses askew, hair greasy. Tip, tap, 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 tap.
But yeah. Anyway, so we were talking when Entomo Moth came in about the personal significance of this to you. That you had been in college, you had just been diagnosed with major depression, and you were not showing up.
Magic depression. You were about to say magic depression.
I was. I mean, it's appropriate, right?
I suppose, yeah.
Why not
major depression? And generalized anxiety disorder, and I was not dealing with it very well in college. And I was introduced to this book via one of my roommates, and from which it came at just the right time. The way mental illness is portrayed within the Stormlight Archive is genuinely, instead of, I suppose the best way that I can describe it is that instead of portraying mental illness as something to be cured or something that's inherently wrong with people, which is kind of present in quite a bit of fiction, I think. Because, again, I don't think most writers are psychology experts, and most books haven't been written within the past, 20 years or so of mental health acceptance that's been rapidly increasing. Right? So...
Well, it's interesting, right? Because this kind of gets us to, I guess, a bigger question.
Yeah.
Because our current understanding of mental health is a product of mental health existing as a modern field.
Yes.
And that is not something that is generally true of all of world history. But people have been trying to have been using fiction for discussing strong emotions for a long time. And so one of the ones that I like to bring up whenever mental health in fiction comes up is the Gothic romance genre, and specifically books like Jane Eyre. Jane Eyre is kind of about mental health, but in the understanding that Charlotte Bronte had as a I guess kind of the 19th century equivalent of a Yume Joshi. like her and her sisters
Okay.
her and her sisters were these weird shut-ins, weird wealthy shut-ins in rural England, writing weird stories about guys they thought were hot. And in the case of two of them, their tastes were kind of messed up. I mean, I can't nothing negative to say about Anne, but Wuthering Heights and Charlotte Bronte.
Yeah. I just recently read that novel, and I was like,
Jane Eyre are not stories about guys that I think most of us would consider appealing romantic prospects.
Heathcliff definitely the yeah. He's got an issue or three.
Yeah, and this is the yeah, Heathcliff, exactly, Kiri. Yeah, I mean, well, that's like the Yume Joshi thing, right? Like, you know, I've talked with Alex Azarashi about this. I don't know if you know her. Cute seal VTuber, friend of Ronin. She's just like openly talks about having about being a Yume Joshi, and one of those things that she just openly acknowledges, like, yeah, like the kind of guys in fiction who I like put into these scenarios are toxic. They're not like the kind of person that anybody would reasonably want to date. And that has been, I think, a part of fiction for a long time. But our
better to encounter dangerous men and women in a cognitive sandbox rather than in reality.
Oh yeah. No, fiction is in many ways a safe place for exploring strong emotions.
Yeah, no, absolutely, 100%.
And yeah, we've been using this for dealing with how we discuss mental health and mental illness for a very long time. But it's worth saying that our understanding of what mental health and mental illness are is really different over time.
Of course.
You know, in
it'll be different in the future.
It'll be different in the future too. You know, in Jane Eyre, the ex-wife is just so goddamn crazy and evil and a lunatic. Like that's it. That's just it. She's just a crazy weird lunatic. And you know, like there was this very much this thing that like you see all the way into the recent major fiction I think of that like still does this is VTMB. Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines has this.
Yes.
This belief that mental illness is caused by moral turpitude. And this has always felt insane to me because the most common way we refer to this is, oh, how does somebody sleep at night if they've done these evil things? I never get any sleep. I have terrible sleep.
Yeah.
I've had terrible sleep since I was a baby.
Wow, you must be evil, man.
Yeah, evil baby, right?
Holy cow. Devil horns, little devil tail.
Somehow between me coming out in the hospital and getting back to my parents' house, I had somehow become evil. When I'm staying up at night,
you're a changeling. It explains everything. You were swapped out. The real you's crying in fairyland.
When I'm stuck staying up at night, I'm not thinking about like horrible evil things I've done. I'm thinking about like, did I do my laundry today? Did I put that away? How many dishes do I have left? Like it's not like big stuff. It's just insomnia.
Yeah, with me, I'm just sort of sitting there in my bed and I'm like, oh, that's a good idea. I should write that down.
Oh, and then God, that happens all the time too. Yeah.
Yeah.
We are about to hit ads. Our first ad break. So, folks, bear with us. We will be back in 3 to 5 minutes. And we'll talk more about mental illness and fantasy. Oh, dang it. I messed up. I tried to hit the run 3-minute ads thing, so now we're at the mercy of the autoplay. I missed it by 1 second. We're at the mercy of autoplay. So we'll just keep on talking a little bit for the moment, but just be aware that we're about to drop out.
Okay.
But yes. So you you were not going to class. You were diagnosed
with class. I was having a particularly bad time. And I found the primary viewpoint character in The Way of Kings, which is the first book of the Stormlight Archive. I found his the depiction that Sanderson presented of depression to be particularly, what is the word I'm thinking of? What is the
Relatable?
word I'm thinking of? Relatable, yeah, we'll go with that. It was quite relatable. I don't actually really like to use the word relatable when it comes to fiction, but in this case, it was.
I don't
Um,
either. We've now hit ads though. And we
aw.
can talk about relatability when we're back. So chat, bear with us and enjoy my fan art. So we've got some new entries in there. I'll be right back.
Yippee! Do it.
Hello, we are back. We are back. We are back. Thank you for your patience. I hope you enjoyed the fan art.
Hi.
That was, I think, the first time Nyano saw the extremely funny me with the Kagi haircut that Carmelo made. But yes. So we were talking about the concept of relatability in fiction.
Well,
And
kind of. I was more still going forward with
okay,
personal significance.
yeah,
So
let's keep with
what
it.
really kind of got me through this is throughout the books, there are these oaths that the primary characters take that are spoken in order to advance in this order of knights called the Knights Radiant, and that's how you get more superpowers. Basically, you just say these oaths because it's cool, and the majority of the oaths are actually fair. They've become pretty good mantras for myself.
Mm,
Um, they've they sort of help me whenever I am. They also help me during this time to sort of like keep my focus straight. Of course, it didn't help me graduate college, and I still dropped out. But hey, at least I'm doing good now. Um, and these novels definitely help with that. But for example, the first oath of the Knights Radiant, life before death, strength before weakness, and journey before destination. Whenever I'm having a particularly bad day, I'll even though listen, it might be cringe, okay, to sort of say this, but I will mutter it to myself, or I'll think it. I'll be like, "Okay, listen, it's a bad day, journey before destination and all that." Uh, and it just helps recenter and refocus myself. And there's a particular oath spoken later. I will not say by whom, um, but it's something akin to like, "Whenever I fall, I shall rise up a better man."
Hmm.
So, like, if I take a step back, all that matters is that I continue to just keep walking forward.
Mhm.
And though those words in particular have been a source of major of comfort in my life.
I can see that. I can see that. And it's one of those things that is interesting to discuss about depression with people who are less familiar with it. That
Mhm.
sometimes you kind of need external pressures.
Yes.
And this where this plays out, I think, fairly frequently, is that a lot of folks trying to help with depression try to take responsibilities off of your plate. And I understand that this is often coming from a good place, from a
Yes.
good intent, that, like, oh, so and so is struggling with just getting out of bed, so I'll make them some
Mhm.
cookies so they don't have to worry
Yes.
about making themselves something nice.
Whenever that is a fundamental misunderstanding of the problem.
Mhm. It is a fundamental misunderstanding of the problem. Retro Tom, thank you for the follow. And I think it's a big problem where I think that there's an extent to which that does help, but people often overshoot very, very badly. And you kind of need to be needed a lot of the times when your depression's particularly bad. You need to have, that's the way I would put it, is like it actually helps to have responsibilities.
Yeah.
Uh
I mean, like, your job you gotta show up to, at the very least.
you gotta
That's one
take
thing
care of your pets is
that's a little
actually
bit
very helpful.
strange
Mm,
about both my ADHD
mm.
and depression. I never have a problem showing up to work.
Oh geez, I've never particularly struggled with showing up to work. I've struggled with, showing up for friends. I've struggled with
Yes.
finishing studying. I've struggled with keeping up with exercise. uh
Yep. Exercise is huge.
Exercise is a big one. That's one of those things. Like, I was on Kiri's a couple weeks ago, and it was like, what advice do you have for somebody starting out streaming? I was like, oh, keep
Work
exercising,
out.
work out. Like it's
Mhm.
I notice this about myself, that when I am under a lot of pressure for whatever reason, exercise is one of the first things to fall off.
Yep.
That tends to be one of the easiest things for me to get out of the habit of doing.
Mhm.
And if I miss a day or two of exercise and then get back to it, like nothing matters, like who cares, that's fine. But that creates a sense that I can just like keep on pushing it off and pushing it off and pushing it off, and soon enough it's been 3 or 4 weeks since I've done anything, and my whole body feels weird and it's distracting
Yep.
all the time.
Yep.
And like that's whenever
You're
I'm
losing
like,
your
I've
focus. You're losing your edge.
losing your edge. And whenever I notice that I've been off for weeks at a time, whenever I'm like, "Oh, it's been like weeks since I felt like I was doing anything particularly good," I go through, and almost always one of the things I notice is I haven't gone for a run in weeks.
Mhm.
That's almost always one of the things that I notice, is like, oh, like I haven't been working out as much as I normally do. I'm not even
Mhm.
like getting in super great shape. It's just like just doing some maintenance to keep your body active.
Yeah, it's just moving.
Just moving, just getting the let out.
Mhm.
Getting the let out. And it's this is I think this is part of that's definitely a way of interpreting life before death. Though it's the journey before
Mhm.
destination is the one that's like really caught my attention
Mhm.
and focus here, because
Mhm.
I think that's a good way to live life in general.
Yeah,
Is
absolutely.
yeah.
Many paths to the same goal. Approach it how you need to.
Mhm. Well,
And the goal really isn't a goal. It's just like how whenever you think you've learned everything there's possibly to know about a subject, there's still more to learn.
oh god, that's
Because what knowledge truly does, just for this example, is it's a candle shining in the dark. It just exposes the brighter it burns, the more you the more of the shade that you can see,
mhm. Oh
and you
god,
just get more questions.
I mean that's the thing. I came from academia, right? And one of those things that you
Mhm.
really notice when you talk to academics is, you know, they'll say stuff like, "Oh, you know, I'm much more familiar with the Eastern Turkic languages than the Western Turkic languages," when they're fully fluent in like 15 languages, right? They're
Yeah.
like fully fluent in like 15 languages, and then it's just like the one that they're slightly worse at. They're just like, "Oh, I don't know if you really want me speaking this one." It's like, dude, like nobody else here speaks any Turkic languages. Like, come on, man.
Yeah.
And
Just like, "Hey, man,
uh,
what's,
you know,
what's with"
that's and it's a it is a good thing to have these external things that you are still committed to. You know, so many people I
Mhm.
know have said like, I don't know what would have happened to me if I didn't have to get up and out of my bed and take my dogs for a walk.
Mhm. I
Yeah.
mean, this is a bit of a sad case, but you often see exactly what happens to people,
Hmm.
particularly with retirees whenever
Hmm.
they stop working.
Hmm. Yeah.
They die.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
You gotta have something to keep you going.
Well, and I mean, it's yeah, that's humanity for you, baby. That's
Yep.
we are you know, it's that that old Aristotelian thing of humans are composed of all four elements, and I spent years wondering like, I see how we're made of water, I see how we're made of earth, I see how we're made of
Uh-huh.
air, how are we made
Uh-huh.
of fire? And
We gotta
then
keep stoking it.
we got to keep stoking. Yeah, no, respiration, the chemical process of respiration is very much a process of combustion. It's the same thing. It's oxygen
Mhm.
plus carbohydrates produces water and carbon dioxide. And
Mhm.
if we stop doing it for 3 minutes, we die.
Yep.
You know, and yeah, we are beings. We are in a way fire elementals. You know,
Mhm.
I think you could make a convincing and kind of fun fantasy universe where humans are the fire elementals of the universe.
Mhm. Ooh, that'd be really interesting.
Yeah, yeah. I often wonder about making. I often think about making fantasy settings where humans are actually like the really weird outliers. Uh, Instead of being like the average ones, they're actually the super weird ones. Uh,
Mhm.
One of the ones I thought about quite a bit was humans are the would be a sci-fi one where humans are the only species that developed space flight before they perfected genetic engineering.
Mhm.
So all the other
Yeah.
all the other spacefaring races, their solution to how to do things in space was to genetically engineer their astronauts from the ground up to basically be completely independent species. And humans are
Mhm.
the only ones going around with like exoskeletons and stuff like that.
Yep.
um, yeah, you've got a lot of options like this, but yeah, that's a little
Mhm.
bit aside. But yeah, it is interesting to see how fiction can be very helpful in this way.
Mhm.
For me, I was diagnosed with depression much earlier in life,
Mhm.
and probably partially helped by the fact that my depression was extremely bad when I was very
Mhm.
young. Like it was like probably my worst episode of depression in my life. I was about 10, which
Oh,
is
wow.
quite young. But also, it runs in my family very
Mhm.
strongly on both sides. Um, I think
It runs in my family too.
I think my dad's like the only person who doesn't have some level of depression. Uh,
Man.
and it leads to kind of funny things where like he is often very confused by us being like, yeah, I can't just like make myself like get up and out of bed at that time. What are you talking about? You're like, what are you talking about? It's just easy. Just do it. Um,
Yep.
but you know, me and my siblings and my mother and most of my grandparents have some level of depression or another. So I was diagnosed very, very young. And you know, I read, like I said, this is why Ender's Game was such a game changer for me. Again, I don't actually
Mhm.
recommend it, but it was a book that made me feel like it was much more possible for me to control my emotions rather than just being controlled by my emotions.
Mhm.
Uh, And
That makes perfect sense.
Yeah, it makes perfect sense. Especially, I mean, if you've read Ender's Game, I think you can kind of see
Oh yeah,
how that plays out.
I've read it.
Like Ender is a person who struggles to control his own mind, but that's like what he does. That's like his main thing in the story, is learning to control his own mind and his own emotions. He is not about his external mastery of the world. It's about his internal mastery of his own mental state. And to feel like that is a thing that you can do, as opposed to just being purely a victim of your own mind, is empowering. Is very empowering. And
yes, absolutely.
Yeah. So
that's one of the first lessons of like cognitive behavioral therapy, for example, is that you can influence how you think and what you think about.
Yeah. Either you can control your emotions, or your emotions can control you. And I think there's something you said for the fact that there's a limit to this, right? There's a limit to this.
Of course.
We are not the pure architects of our own destiny, and it doesn't even make sense to act that way, because how would you even know what having a good emotional state is if you didn't have other emotions telling you? Reason must be slave to the passions.
Yes.
To quote, instead of a fantasy author, an actual philosopher for a second.
But
it is a huge help to see examples in fiction of people actually taking charge of their emotions and how that plays out. And I feel like even really good self-help and psychology books are usually not as good at helping you with that as fiction, to be honest.
No, because what those books fail to do is they fail to build an emotional connection with a separate individual. Well, with a fake persona, but a persona nonetheless.
That makes sense. Yeah.
Because like, you think I'm supposed to like the fellow writing the self-help book, for example, is coming from a position of authority that's like almost kind of inherently unapproachable. It's like, I've got this figured out, and here's how you can too. It's like, okay, first of all, screw you, buddy. You don't know me. Whereas then you have, fantasy author or just, fiction writing author presents a little scrimblo bimblo who's just having a hard time. You're just like, it's me.
Yeah.
He's dealing with this stuff like I deal with it. I can't. I'm not alone.
You can relate to the Wooby a little bit more.
Yeah. It has been forever since I have heard that word. You just brought back flashbacks. This is like I've been hit with a stun grenade right now. I've been clocked in the head with a bat.
The worst part is I'm such a tourist.
Oh.
I am such a tourist about this. I learned this term from watching the Dimension 20 Harry Potter. Thank you, Vex. From the Dimension 20 Harry Potter, where that's how Erika Ishii refers to another one of the characters. If you haven't watched Misfits and Magic, it's incredible. It's incredible.
I've never heard of
it. Do you know Dimension 20?
No, never heard of them.
Oh, it's the College Humor's D&D group. Erika Ishii is perhaps the funniest person on the planet, and she's playing like a very like Tumblr character, like a very like a person who is on Tumblr a lot, and encountering a magical boy who is just so sad all of the time.
Literally me.
No, she does the much funnier thing, which is he's incredibly horny for him. Which is much funnier. And
all right.
There's this incredible moment where the guy is describing like something horrible happening to him, because he had this just like horrible life. Like he's this guy who's like, look, if you've got a dry room, you're winning, because you don't often have that. Like, you don't know, he's had a terrible life, and he's describing some horrible thing from his past that he's normalized, and she's like looking at him and like literally biting her prop wand.
That's so good.
It's so Eric Ishii is so funny. I love Eric Ishii so freaking much.
Excuse me.
Oh,
Oh man.
but yeah. Yeah.
Almantas, are you talking?
Oh,
You vanished.
Oh no, I'm coming through on the stream.
Almantas, you vanished.
I am coming through on stream, so.
Almantas, I can't hear you.
Discord, baby.
For some reason, I can't. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. Did I do something?
I will I'll just reset the Discord.
This is wild. Hold on. Let me leave and then rejoin the call.
I was supposed to do it.
Hello.
Hello, let me see. Yes.
There we go.
There we go. Ooh, and you're
Discord,
louder.
why?
Discord, baby. Discord.
We love it.
If anybody's wondering why I have a preference against adding more software layers to everything I'm doing, this is a lot of why.
Because it's awful. It's
every additional one's a failure point. I want fewer failure points.
Any single time that someone goes live by just pressing the go live button, no hand cam, no nothing. They just press the button. They are the real streamers, all right. They're the real fellows out there.
Oh man. One day I'll figure out how to have face cam tracking and a hand cam at the same time. But today is not that day.
I can help you with that.
Oh, I'd love that. I'd love that. Currently, I can explain to you what happens later. But
it gets expensive.
I already have 2 webcams. This is annoying. But yes, the yeah. So this is one of those things that I think is interesting about talking about fiction, and one of those things that drives me there's a theme in fiction that I always find drives me completely insane, which is the character who has undefeatable determination.
Oh yes.
I hate this. I hate this. I find
completely indefatigable.
Yeah, there are places and times where I like it, but it needs to be paired with something else happening with them that is interesting and fun. Did not like it in The Revenant, for example. In The Revenant, I'm just spending the entire time being like, why doesn't this guy just fucking die? Like that seems like way easier.
Hit by a bear a few dozen times.
Yeah, like why doesn't he just go down? Whereas in My Next Life as a Villainous, the character's indefatigability is driven by a combination of relentless optimism and complete lack of awareness.
Yep.
God, I love My Next Life as a Villainous. What a great manga.
Listen. It's not a guilty pleasure. It's just a pleasure.
Oh no, that one I don't feel.
I love
at all.
villainous mangas. I love them. They're so fun.
There are ones that they're better and worse ones. There are better and worse ones.
They have much better characterization and well, I guess just much better characterization and writing than a lot of the bargain barrel isekai that exists out there.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I brought up that chart early, and we might talk about it a bit later. But Wandering In is, I think it's quite likely that it is in fact the longest singular fiction work out there. Because
is it longer than the Super Smash Brothers Brawl Subspace Emissary fanfic?
How many words is that one? Because Wandering In is at I think 12 million.
Let's find out. Subspace Emissary fanfic.
And was that written by more than one person? That's a big question.
Okay, yeah. It's longer than that.
Yeah. It's absolutely wild.
That one's 4 million words.
Yeah, 4 million is enormous. Just in case,
absolutely gargantuan.
Do not get it twisted here. 4 million is enormous. If you are thinking about getting into writing, I really recommend limiting yourself to 5,000 words at the top. I would recommend 2,000 to 3,000 words, maybe even 1,000 words for your first couple of pieces. Like, I say this all the time, but finishing a work, those final moments of shepherding a work from being a concept into being something that other people are reading, you actually learn a lot from those moments that you cannot learn by writing the same 100,000 words over and over again. Like you've got to, just get some things out the door just to see what happens. So again, I harp on this one a lot, but it's because I get very concerned when a friend comes up to me and is like, yeah, I've got this plan. It's like my first thing I've ever worked on. I'm planning on it being like 300,000 words. And I'm like, please, please, I don't want you to not write that, but I want you to do some other things first. I want you to get some training.
Projects, and I often do multiple things within those projects.
ADHD, baby. And yes, but it's important to see how these things kind of play out. And again, we like I said, a character who, I think there's a lot to be said about a character who does break, who is defeatable. And you know, my favorite fantasy series of them all is the Books of Cain. Absolutely my favorites. Are you familiar with these? Heard of those. They were pretty popular about 10 or 15 years ago, and then the author kind of hit a mental block on where to go with the series. He basically completed the main story and he was like, I'm gonna do some more stuff, in the same way that like Abercrombie did a trilogy, and then he was like, I've done everything I want to do with these characters, so we're gonna time skip ahead with a totally new cast of characters in the same universe. He got to that point, he just never finished anything since then. It's been like 15 years since he published something, so it kind of dropped off of people's radar. They're very pulpy action series. Oh, we're tall now, which makes you look even weirder. This is way weirder than making you short.
Let me take off my hat. It'll make it better, trust me.
Long cat. We got long cat here.
Like a serval.
Yeah, exactly. The core of it is that well, I shouldn't even get to the core of it, but a big element of it is that the main character he's a very pulpy action hero. He's a D&D ass adventurer badass. He's an assassin who works for the fictional Catholic Church, but is kind of a renegade and breaks orders and gets a lot of people killed for notionally good reasons. And you know, he gets captured and tortured, and he just says, yeah, and I broke. And like it's not a thing that you can do anything about. Like
it happens.
Like they could have broken my arm and they broke my will, and that's just what happens. I'm not invincible. I'm just exceptionally skilled at killing people. That doesn't make me better at anything else in life. And I think that's an interesting perspective. I think it's valuable to portray this in fiction, because it's hard to write. Many people try to write Goku, but there's a reason why we keep on calling him Goku.
Yeah.
Like there's a reason why this isn't like a stock character. Like we talk about Gokus as if they're stock characters, but there really is only the one Goku. There's really just the one Goku, and that's really hard to replicate. Other people have made characters who are, I think all the time about Madoka. Madoka is a character who is not breakable. You can't break Madoka. That's because Madoka's suicidal. Like,
yeah,
that's because Madoka wants nothing more in life than to die. She is really dedicated to dying. She's really into it. She's basically already at the lowest, so you know what can you do to her? Oh, she's romanticized. She's fully romanticized self-sacrifice to a ludicrous extent. She is really into self-sacrifice. She is ready. She is ready.
She's just pink.
You know, that's like the favorite part of all those time loops is just like every single one of them. Like Madoka just like as soon as she sees an opportunity to get herself killed. like if there's an industrial shredder in front of her and stepping into it would like make one person's life like 1% more convenient, she's going. She's in. Like she's walking right into that. It's. There's different ways to write this, and it's very easy to write ones who it's just like, well, what is going on here? Like, why does this person care so much about living? Why is this so good for them compared to just giving up? And when you're depressed, it's very easy to think like that. And
Of course.
because
It makes sense.
it makes perfect sense that like giving
See,
up makes perfect sense.
that's the most insidious thing about depression as well, is that as much as it is, like, your own mind,
Mhm.
but it is your own mind convincing you that it who cares?
Yeah.
Why bother?
Yeah.
Nothing matters. Just die.
Just yeah, and you know, it's one of those things that I end up thinking about fairly frequently, is that if you're at certain layers of depression, you just don't really do anything.
Nope.
Right? Like, I'm sure that you've had this
Sit
experience.
there.
Like, you just kind of go to work and you come home and you do whatever distracts you until you pass out.
Yep.
And you do that for years.
Yep.
And I remember doing that and then having this kind of realization that I was just kind of committing suicide by waiting.
Yep.
And that's not a great feeling. Like, that's not
No.
great. And that's not great. And it was kind of helpful to me to have the realization of, like, I may as well do something stupid with my life, because
Yeah.
I'm currently just I'm basically just killing myself.
Yeah.
And not through any particularly active means, or even just like something as grotesque as alcohol, but just through the most expedient and easiest tool that you have available to you, which is time. You're just using the linear passage of time as a means. And I'm not going to get too much more graphic, otherwise I will definitely either trigger somebody or get bopped by Twitch. But that's kind of one of those moments where you have like this breaking point of like, I've got to just do something. You know, I've just got to do something. And because again, like that's one of those things, like you said, it's insidious. You create this logic in your mind that that it's easier to just do nothing. It's just easier to just give up and do nothing. And I think that is part of why I want to kind of go back to this journey before destination.
That is also extremely well depicted in the Stormlight Archive with Kaladin in particular.
Okay.
It's not even necessarily acedia, rather. It's literally just, well, nothing I do matters, because every person I try to help, they just end up dying, or every person, or like everything I do is just bound to end in failure. So why should I bother trying? Let's just accept the end when it comes, and it'll come sooner rather than later.
It's
and then people around him constantly say, "Dude, that's stupid."
Yeah. Well, and this actually gets back to like when you're talking about this whole conceit around oaths, and it's what I think about all the time is the with all these oaths, like it's externalizing. It's externalizing the responsibility of your own well-being, because it's impossible to convince yourself that your own happiness is something that is a justifiable thing to fight for. Like, that is like the thing that is perhaps the defining feature of particularly bad depression is you cannot convince yourself that that's something that's worth putting effort into. That's something worth fighting for. That your own happiness is worth what? Meanwhile, if you have an external responsibility, if you have to take care of your pets, if you have to finish a work project, if you have to help your friend plan their wedding, if you have some silly art project that you need to get finished, that can help you dig out. Like you need that. It's that initial starter spark, right? It's that initial jump, to use a car metaphor, that is often really hard, and having a totally external responsibility is really helpful.
Oh no, I know.
It's really helpful. I don't even know who these characters are, and like that's actually a classic one. That's one that people have been doing for a long time. Is the like, no, that was a redeem. That was a redeem until
redeem squishes us.
Well, yeah, we got stretched. We got stretched. It's the tall
I'm currently a
Almantas redeem.
serval instead of a house cat.
Yeah. I've got the tall Almantas and small Almantas redeems. Is Zeus depressed? I don't know. I think that it's hard. I think that one of those things that, if we're going to talk about, I think Greek myths.
I don't think Zeus is human.
Yeah, he's human-esque. I think the bigger thing with Greek myths, rather than just the fact that when we're talking about godlike beings, is we're also talking about beings that are amalgams of dozens of different stories that do not exist with a singular narrative.
Not to mention that the Zeus of Athens is almost certainly different from the Zeus of Sparta, for example.
Oh yeah.
For one thing, Athena was interpreted differently across almost all the Greek city-states. I mean, you have Pallas Athena, Athena on the hill.
Yep. I mean,
Athens.
Our biggest thing is, Athena is going to be the most obvious one because Athena is a widely believed in Greek god and has a Roman equivalent in Minerva, but the vast majority of the Greek writing we actually have is from Athens.
Yep.
And so where she is the city god. And so, like, we have writers from Megalopolis, for example. I think we have some Thebans. But, like, we obviously don't have any Spartan authors. We don't have a single Spartan source, literary source.
Really?
We don't have any.
That makes sense, I suppose.
Yeah. All of our main sources about Sparta are from Xenophon and Polybius, who are... Xenophon was an Athenian. And he just liked Sparta and hung out with Spartans, but he was not writing about what it was like to be a Spartan. He was writing about how he thinks Athens should be more like Sparta. And Polybius is from Megalopolis, which is a city that exists exclusively and directly and deliberately for the purpose of shitting on Sparta. So,
man, those Greeks could be haters.
Oh yeah. No, when Sparta lost a war, they took some of the Helot communities that were part of Sparta and broke them off from Sparta and formed Megalopolis.
Oh, that goes hard.
Yeah.
Okay. That makes sense. That why they would hate Sparta so much. That makes a ton of sense.
To hate Sparta. Polybius is actually not that negative on the Spartans, but he is pretty contemptuous. So
I can imagine if I had secret police wandering among my cities and or my communities, actively stirring up trouble and killing people randomly, and there's nothing you can do about it. Oh yeah, I'd be pretty mad.
Oh, okay, we don't need. Oh, I do love to do the Sparta hate letter, but this is we're not in the Sparta hate letter lecture, unfortunately. I do love to do the Sparta hate letter, but yeah, I think that I think that like for the well, I was just gonna follow up on. I was gonna finish my thought about what Gringotts said, which is that this question of like, is Zeus depressed? Again, it's hard to talk about that because he's this amalgam character of dozens of different narratives, but a character who accomplishes that straightforwardly would be Saitama from One Punch Man.
I don't think Zeus has any option but to be happy.
He does have the option to be angry. He does get mad a lot.
Yes,
but
given that he is larger than life, he has no option but to be passion. Rather.
Yeah.
He can't not care.
Yeah.
Not really. Of course he takes an interest in the lives of mortals. Of course he takes an interest in, ensuring thunderbolts rain down from heaven occasionally. Of course he takes an interest in ensuring the other gods don't overstep their boundaries. He has to. That's part of his walk.
Yeah. I just struggled to think of like an ancient Greek character who I think of as depressed, like as I think about it. Despair is frequent.
Hades would be the closest, but Hades is not a particularly depressed guy.
Yeah.
He's just he's
bitter.
Which is rather funny when you think about it. Because he is, in all seriousness, probably the most powerful of all the gods. He's the only one that's unavoidable.
Yeah. He's unavoidable and he's incredibly powerful, but he is I mean, maybe some of the Titans would be... We could talk about some of the Titans in those terms. Was Prometheus motivated by depression?
No.
Did Prometheus do what he did out of a sense of boredom and despair and feeling defeated by the fact that by the loss of the Taitonomaki.
No, because didn't Prometheus actively join the Olympians?
Yes, that's true. That's true.
Yeah,
I
think
mean,
that he
also
primarily was more concerned about humanity.
I love Prometheus. Coolest guy. Coolest guy.
I don't think Prometheus is anything but, you know, love, really.
Yeah. I mean, we're moderns, right? Like this is the modern condition, is that like you identify Prometheus as just like an uncomplicated hero. Just absolute king shit, Prometheus. Being pre-modern involves having more complicated feelings about the guy. Rare example of that. Usually the pre-modern feelings are more simple than the modern feelings, but Prometheus, hell yeah.
I think that's more of a lack of textual evidence that survived.
Yeah.
I mean, all the writings that we have that exist point to the humans of the past being just as complex as the humans of the present, just with different perspectives and different, levels of knowledge.
Yeah. Well, I usually the mythological narratives that survive to us are the versions that people felt made the most sense in a sort of totalizing understanding of the world. And so, the emotions around, Ares, I think they're complicated to explain, but I don't know that they would be. I think that they would be similar to like how complicated do you feel about like the American Empire or something like that. Whereas I think somebody in the future might have even more complicated feelings. Like when you're at a remove, it actually becomes harder to relate to things. I think is more kind of the thing.
Perhaps.
I think that because we do not view Ares as a guy who lives among us and just happens to be insanely powerful, but otherwise fits into our worldview, where like Ares doesn't fit into our worldview, right? Like he doesn't really like make sense to us at an intrinsic level. I think that adds a layer of complexity where we're just like, we have to also put ourselves in the mindset of trying to comprehend what it was like to be a Greek who took this seriously.
Yes.
And I think that tends to make things harder. Whereas again, Prometheus is left to us now as moderns as just a metaphor for advancement.
Yeah.
Which we tend to have uncomplicated. Most Americans have uncomplicated feelings about because we're moderns. That's a modern
other
condition.
people's like in particular like hunter-gatherer groups that still exist, people with relatively lesser levels of technological advancement, they might consider what Prometheus did to be a version of original sin.
Yeah, and it's
because of him we have a drive to seek better than what we have.
Well, and it's very complicated. I mean, everybody has complicated feelings about these because, like, obviously, like we know people. All of us know people today who like will be like, progress, society. For the most part, most of us do not feel that way. Most of us like having refrigerators.
Yeah, I think that genuinely most people don't particularly think about it very hard.
I don't think most people do. I think most people, the only way they'd be confronted with it is like, oh man, what if I did? Well, I mean, we do get confronted with it because we lose power, right? Like when you lose power and you start being like, oh crap, now I'm a medieval peasant. You're like, oh, this sucks.
Now what do I do?
Yeah. If nothing else, we're not adapted to it, right? We're not used to it. But we've still got a couple of slides left, right?
Yeah, we got a couple of slides left.
Yeah. Let's get back on track, and then we can talk more about other fictional influences on us.
We can continue talking about mental illness and fiction. Of course,
absolutely. Well,
so what a coincidence. That's the next slide.
That is the next slide. Okay. Yes.
I will say this is the slide that I'm the least proud of.
Oh, fair enough.
It is. I wrote it down expecting to elaborate further, and then I realized it was 7 a.m.
Okay. I have appreciated that this is my second one of this series, and both people have reported the sensation of having a project due in school.
Yeah. I mean, that's kind of one of the only ways to really get me to do anything.
I'm not going to lie, I don't mind. It does make me bias against inviting anybody onto this who is still in school. It does make me feel like it's more important that I continue to restrict the franchise to people who have finished their main education. But it is funny because I think it's nice to flex that muscle. You know, to flex that muscle. It's a little nostalgic. To flex that
I would like
muscle.
to preface this slide in particular with this primarily deals with American interpretations of mental illness and American interpretations of, or rather, American examples of fiction. Well, and some European, because European American, some of the viewpoints regarding mental illness are relatively similar. But yeah, so I'm not discussing elements of, for example, mental illness in Japan, China, Vietnam, Africa, South America, really. So
yeah. So this is this was we were talking about this quite a bit in the last slide, and we've been talking about this kind of the whole way through that. You know, this mad, crazy, insane. This is why I brought up the Brontes, right? That like the Brontes and other 19th century Victorian authors in particular had this notion that mental illness is an output of moral turpitude.
yes,
That morally upright people are immune to these problems, and this is why when people talk about philosophers that change the world, this is the place where Freud really earns his place. Because Freud, there are so many problems with specific claims that Freud makes, to the point where I think very few people take any of Freud's specific conclusions seriously.
Well, unless you're the author of Xenogears.
Yeah, that's true. He's taken more seriously by artists than he is by psychiatrists. Even psychoanalytic psychiatrists use very modified versions of his conclusions.
Yes.
But he did ask a question that is perhaps the most provocative question that you can ask about reality, honestly. Like even questions like Hume's, like even Descartes, you know, how do I know that I perceive any outside reality, is honestly a less provocative question than Freud asking, what if normal is bad? What if the normal version of your society, what if the normal functioning of being a person in your society is mentally ill? What if Austrian society is a machine for making people insane? That
Still
is
is,
a,
I think.
I mean, you know, you can still talk to some Austrians about this, but yeah, it's and I mean, as an American, we talk about this all the time. It is a world-changing
society is very engineered to make people go crazy over time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like the ideal worker. If you listen to how bosses talk, the ideal worker is a person with a very specific level of general anxiety disorder and obsessive compulsive disorder.
Yep.
Just only the convenient parts of having obsessive compulsive disorder, never the inconvenient parts. Those inconvenient parts can happen in the off hours, but on hours they will have those problems. And the that is an extraordinarily provocative question, and we're still grappling with it, I think, to this day.
Oh yeah,
because people will say, why can't you just be normal?
What's normal?
Well, not just what's normal, but like, is that good? Like, why would that be better? Like why would that be better? And now
I mean, like consider the American, the particular American focus on hiding the appearance of aging.
Yes. I
Why is that? Why is that normal? Why should people aspire to look as young for as long as possible?
Yeah. I love being old, and I hope that we all get the opportunity to become old, and I am much happier being an old man than I was as a young man. But I do recognize that I am being pretty frigging weird by doing that. There's an argument to be made that I am being a weirder VTuber by doing that than if I was some sort of crazy monster person. Arguably, I am a weirder VTuber persona than, say, Halbernacht, who is an elf that is actually a mimic with tentacles coming out of his chest. Like,
oh, Nando, that's me. That's me. I have like 2 or 3 gray hairs on my entire body, and it frustrates me. I want to be a silver fox. While I still have hair.
Well, he's like, Oof. Well,
Yeah.
fortunately, you'll probably not lose a beard if you grow that out.
Well, I don't got a particularly good base. I've been testing it for 3 months.
Oof. I'm sorry, my friend. I am sorry.
It's okay.
Good luck.
It's okay.
Good luck.
I'll
But
look like a homeless crack addict. I'll be
ooh,
okay.
yikes. I am sorry. Um,
It's okay. I'm a cat wizard. That's what really
yeah,
matters.
yeah. Also, bald often looks good as hell.
True. Look at Jeff Bezos. That's how he predicts the future of markets.
Shit, I've got a good friend who started going bald when he was 16. Like he was into
That man's
comb over
got high
territory.
tea.
Oh yeah, that's the high tea stuff. And I think so often about the fact that he started shaving his head during college and way hotter. Looks way better. Looks way better. He's a guy who I think about all the time because, you know, he's 5'4" and went bald when he was 16 and still pretty good. Still pretty good with the ladies.
Dwarf maxing?
He's dwarf maxing, yeah. Still pretty good with the ladies. He did used to braid his beard. He did stop that.
Yo, that goes hard.
It was not quite thick enough for it to like actually look good. Yeah, no,
it's okay. That can be fixed with some really tiny razor blades on a rolling pin.
He just does a small beard. Just keeps his beard short. But his no, he's married to a beautiful woman because it turns out that people are lying to you when they say that bald guys can't be hot. Like, they're just lying.
Oh yeah,
they're
totally.
just lying. And
bald guys are closer to God because they have unfiltered access to the heavens through their third eye.
True. Are you trying to bring back tonsuring?
No. No, I'm saying we should trepan more people.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Okay. That escalated.
Release the demons!
That escalated. Jesus, man. But yeah, so when I think about mental illness in fiction, the books that I think about the most, I've recommended them several times, and actually literally earlier today, Lowen asked me what I had recommend her, what I could recommend her, and I had recommended it to her before. It's a short story collection called I Am Lazarus by Anna Coven. And Anna Coven is a really interesting writer. She, and I Am Lazarus is actually a kind of easy introduction to what makes her so interesting. I Am Lazarus is a series of short stories about mental health patients during World War II.
Ooh.
She was a psychiatric nurse during World War II.
Oh.
So it's a fictionalization of what she experienced. And, perhaps most importantly, she became a psychiatric nurse after having herself been a psychiatric patient.
Oh, so she has a particularly unique perspective.
She has a particularly unique perspective, and she was, on top of this, she was a heroin addict. So she has this really complicated life. It is mind-boggling that she lived as long as she did. And she was blown away by this too. She lived into like her 70s, and it's like this woman who was put through the absolute ringer of 1920s and 30s British mental health institutions and World War II and being a heroin addict, somehow making it into her 70s is insane. Like, she was like, I don't know how I did this. Like, this doesn't make any goddamn sense. And she has this, she's a huge inspiration on, for example, David Lynch. And actually, this might be the story that she's most famous for is called Ice, which is the main inspiration for Frostpunk, for the video game Frostpunk. It's the number one inspiration for Frostpunk. Ice is a global warming catastrophe disaster novel from the 40s. So it's a very early entry into the question of global warming disasters. Because we knew about global warming since the 1890s, I think, with a very simple inversion. The very simple inversion is just, instead of the world melting and boiling off, there is an advancing wall of ice crushing all of humanity. Very rapidly. Hello, Stressdal. There's a wall of ice.
That's a particularly ancient idea.
Yeah, it is a particularly ancient idea. And so the novel is about, everybody knows that they're going to die. What do they do with the time they've got left? And the main character decides that given all of the things he has left in life, all of the things he has left to live for, all of the options in front of him, what he is going to do is he is going to stalk his ex-girlfriend.
Yep. Yep, that tracks.
Because he's a
tracks.
maniac.
Yeah.
Like,
Yeah.
And it's, you know, it's this 3-player story of him stalking his ex-girlfriend and his ex-girlfriend running away from him, and a police officer who has decided to stop him. That, like, the last thing he is going to do with his remaining time is uphold his duty to protect this young woman from this creepy dude. And
how much time, by the way?
4 minutes.
4 minutes?
Oh, sorry. I thought you were asking about the ad break.
Oh, no.
Uncertain weeks is what the story is.
That's a really fast moving wall of ice. Holy cow.
Oh yeah. It seems to be portrayed on a scale of weeks. Like it is like a thing, like you can't walk faster than. Like you need to like outrun, you need to like use a car to get out ahead of it. And it's about, you know, the different communities and how they deal with the end of the world. Because that is a thing that is a common driver of kind of madness in storytelling, is the confrontation with mortality. Like, do you confront mortality successfully? And some of us don't, to be blunt. You know,
who was the author again? I'm sorry.
Anna Kavan, Kavan. I Am Lazarus is the one I really recommend, because that one's incredible, because again, it's about mental health patients during World War II. There's a really staggeringly interesting short story in that collection about a captured German bomber pilot who is clearly suffering from a PTSD breakdown. Right, he's clearly got a PTSD breakdown, and so they send him to the mental hospital where nobody speaks German. So, you know, the staff and the other patients are trying to figure out what they do with this guy who is the enemy, but also a patient, but also they can't actually have a conversation with him. And so, like, what do you do with this guy? What are we supposed to do with this guy? And it's wartime Britain. It's not like they can have like a particularly good solution to this. It's, you know, they've got bigger problems. And what do we do about this mentally ill POW? They just know that they can't put him in with the other POWs. So it's a really interesting story for that reason. I don't think Anna Kavan ever has any easy answers, because she doesn't get better in her life span.
Right.
Like, she doesn't get better. She is crazy her whole life.
Yeah.
She's in and out of institutions. She's addicted. She's doing drugs all the time. She has intense negative opinions about the society that she is a part of. You know, the British aristocracy. And so she can never really quite take solace in, like, at least you're part of this community that does X, Y, and Z things, because she doesn't like what that community does and how it treats people. And it's... I think that we have all these options about how we can portray mental illness, and so often we wind up with these stupid-ass stories where, like, you just have an insane bad guy who's so crazy and who's so goddamn crazy.
The villain is the deviant of some sort.
Yeah. Fucking Disney. Fucking Disney. We are going to go into ads in a few seconds. Right. So if you will bear with us, we'll come back and we'll talk about... I guess it's actually a good enough place for us to talk about contrasting mentally ill heroes with mentally ill villains.
Yes.
All right. Enjoy the fan art, and we'll be back.
Yippee!
And we're back.
I
yes,
love Dalinar. Dalinar's my boy. He's the goat.
He's the goat. I guess I shouldn't say that because I don't know what I'm talking about. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yes, there's this interesting contrast, and I think it does speak quite a bit to. Once again, we're bringing up the postmodern condition. It seems like this might be a recurring lecture topic. That it doesn't feel. I think it doesn't feel right to us to have villains, to have this like straightforward dichotomy where like people are evil because they're sick. Like I think that that's something that to us postmoderns doesn't make sense to us emotionally. And so, you know, this is one of those things that is always very fun to me, is how many people relate to and even idolize Disney villains compared to Disney heroes.
Well, that's because Disney heroes are typically just blank slates of optimism.
Yeah, they're boring as hell.
Yeah.
They're boring as hell at best.
I mean, they're part of the reason why a lot of people typically have very negative perceptions of heroes in general.
I think so. Well, I think that
it's part of the reason why people misread Superman all the time. Well, because like Superman is just portrayed as like this dude who's just, you know, and like undefeatable, always does what's right, and pretty much nobody seems to realize that the real like the real struggle with Superman is basically him asking himself, okay, am I doing too much?
Yeah, this is
like you have to let people grow.
Yeah. I developed a lot more appreciation for Superman conceptually after I got really into Apocalypse World. Do you know Apocalypse World?
I'm familiar with the system.
Okay. I still have to explain it. I always ask that question to my guests, and it's like, wait a second, I need to explain this to the audience anyway. I forget that I'm not just having a conversation with a friend. The Apocalypse World is an RPG system, you know, like your D&D and whatnot, that's very much based on Mad Max. And it makes a particular design decision that is quite interesting, which is the player characters are really strong. They're really, really strong. NPCs in the system typically have 2 HP. A strong that's like a strong NPC will have 2 HP. A gun in the system does 2 damage. Player characters have 6 HP. Getting hit with a train, I believe, does 5 damage. Like, you are strong in that system.
I'm built different.
You are built different, and on top of that, the fundamental setup of the system is that player characters and NPCs are just fully categorically different. Just fully, completely categorically different. And the biggest way in which they're different is that the NPCs never really act first. The NPCs are totally reactive to the PCs. The PCs say that they're going to do something, and NPCs intervene if there's a good reason for the PCs to fail. But
which is a bit opposite of how most narratives tend to work.
Yeah, it is.
Kind of reactive a lot of the time,
particularly in TTRPGs. Yes. TTRPGs are particularly reactive as a rule.
Well, yeah, because it's really hard to have self-directed players. No, sorry, that sounded really bitter.
I mean, this is why this is why Apocalypse World is, I think, the most important RPG to read. If you want to play TTRPGs, even if nothing else about Apocalypse World is appealing to you, it's really worth reading because it is a system that is designed from the ground up to make your players active. And like seeing what the mechanisms are in the system that empower the players and drive the players to be active and take ownership over the narrative in a way that like D&D does not teach you how to do that. Nothing in the D&D rulebooks is good about teaching you or setting you up for that. The Apocalypse World rulebook has an entire chapter about how to do this that is system agnostic, that you can just take and drop in any other system. It's like the best chapter of RPG writing that's out there. And I think about this all the time ever since of how do you create these? That's the thing that happens in Apocalypse World is not. You are almost never asking, like, is it possible to do this? In general, like there are things that can stop you. There are ways that you can fail, but in general, if the PCs want to do something, they're going to do it. The question is, should you? That's the question you're confronted with when you are playing Apocalypse World: is should I do this? Not can I, but should I? And I think that that's actually a much more provocative and interesting question. And I think that that's when we're talking about, you know, sci-fi and fantasy and how they relate to mental health. This is, I think, a big element that I think matters. Is, you know, Amaskar brought up free rent, right? Free Ren's problem is not how does she beat demons.
No.
Nobody's really that concerned about whether or not she can defeat a given demon. She's insanely powerful. She's obscenely powerful. The question is that the real problem that Free Ren has is that she waited so long to make a move on a man she was in love with that he died first. That's her thing. Is that like she is going to outlive everyone around her. She could easily outweight everyone. There are so few other elves in the narrative, and they're so peripheral. Every human in there is a mote of dust, but they're also the only things that really matter.
Yep, it's just the limits that do anything. Yeah.
And her difficulty with parsing how she sees the world differently from humans is the big story. That's the big story. I could see the argument being made that she is a character who struggles somewhat with depression. That, you know, her inability to wake up in a timely fashion. Right? You know, she sleeps through the morning all the time. She doesn't take care of herself. She's dependent on her younger traveling companions to take care of her or herself. She's dispassionate. She's kind of anhedonic, really, a lot of the time. I'm behind on the manga, but I am reading the manga. I'm like maybe 20 chapters behind at the moment. It was one of those ones where I didn't like reading it chapter by chapter, so I was waiting for it to build up a bit. But it's, you know, I think there's an argument to be made there, though I don't think it's that simple. I think that's a little bit reductive to, I think a lot of times this happens in fiction, to be honest, to say the character's thing is just a mental health struggle that could be fixed by going to therapy. I think is often kind of reductive, even for characters who clearly have mental health problems. I think.
Yes, because therapy isn't a be-all end-all cure.
Therapy isn't a be-all end-all cure, and I think there's something to. I think it's extremely fair to say that mental health is not settled as a science. It is not something that we have that. We've learned a lot, but there are a lot of ways in which there's still a lot of things up for debate. And
I mean,
yeah,
even like the chemical theory of depression isn't a 100% solid scientific fact.
Yeah, and there are, I would say, more than us evaluating the factuality of it might be less treacherous ground for us as non-experts to just point out there are experts who disagree with each other very vehemently about very basic things. And if they're disagreeing with each other, I think that that's fair to say that it's unsettled, that there's a lot left to go. There's a lot of improvement left to make in our understanding of these phenomena. And, you know, depression is a particular one where I tend to think that there isn't my kind of pet theory is that there isn't one. Depression isn't a disease where we know what causes it. It is a symptom.
Mhm.
It is a high level abstract set of symptoms, but it does seem like there's many different causes of depression. My own depression seems to be rather chemical from my own experience. That it's, you know, I tend to respond very effectively to certain drugs and completely ineffectively to other drugs, and very ineffectively to certain cognitive therapies, but very effectively to getting exercise. And but obviously I don't think that that's true of everybody. I think that there are absolutely people who the primary root of their depression is psychological, is an internal narrative that they have that makes them feel bad about themselves and so on. So I think this is part of one of those things where fiction has a bit of an advantage, is that you don't find yourself having to defend your theories about depression in a fictional context on the basis of double-blind studies. You can just say, no, this is what I observe about my own life. This is how it feels to me. This is what matters when I experience these things. And all this is making me kind of realize, have you ever seen a villain that's depressed?
Yes.
Okay. Elaborate, my friend.
I mean, a particularly good example is Kafka from Final Fantasy VI.
Oh yeah, there's Kafka. There's Kafka.
Although it's less depression, it's less of the acedia, listlessness. It's more of the, well, you know, haha. It more manifests in the form of like nihilism, where he's just you know,
he's the Joker, baby.
Yeah, he's the Joker, baby. I don't matter. I'm broken. Everything else is broken. Why save it?
Yeah, he's going Joker
Just kill
mode.
it all. Yeah.
And I can see that. I can see that being like a motivating factor. Definitely is a nihilist. Definitely is a nihilist.
Most of the villains in Final Fantasy are nihilists.
Oh yeah.
I think they might have a grudge against them.
I think so too. Owlman, yeah. I recently not recently, this was in the spring. I was playing through Chrono Trigger. And Chrono Trigger has a really kind of dead, simple narrative, which is, you know, it's Toriyama. It's the Kyoto Toriyama, rest in peace. But he's got a dead simple view of the world and what the conflict in the world is, and his conflict in the world, his grand theory of all conflict and evil is you just got to do things.
Yep.
Like you just got to do things. Like this is you just gotta do things. The world is a conflict between resignation and action. And being the hero is a matter of will, of just frigging do it. And so I think that extends to a lot of the other Final Fantasy villains. I do have to say that probably the most famous Final Fantasy villain, Sephiroth, I think of all of them, I don't think it's reasonable to say that he is, to the extent that he's insane, it seems that he is insane as a result of his political philosophy.
Less of a result of his political philosophy and more of he was lied to from the moment of his birth.
Oh yeah, no, he was lied to from the moment of his birth.
So basically, he suffers a psychotic break.
He does suffer a psychotic break.
And then just gets delusions of grandeur. I'm a god. I'm mom's a god. I'm a god.
I'm a god.
I should be the one who directs the future of this world.
Yeah,
and all should be me.
Well, I mean, but that's what I'm kind of going for. Is like his madness seems to flow. That's like, I guess, kind of the etiology of it. The like symptom causation. The literal causation is he learns that he and his mother are much more powerful beings than any sort of human is. But in his actual. But what he concludes from all this, what I'm talking about is this political philosophy, is that he's an aristocrat. He believes that because he is made of a better substance than other people, it is rightful that he controls everyone else's fate.
Mhm.
That like he is the better man and therefore he should be in charge of everyone, not that he's the better man and he should get to like either do what he wants or be free from free from the consequences that bind normal people. No, he should be in control of everyone. There should be a rule of the best.
And he is the best.
And he is the best. He is the best, and therefore I should rule. And that's a political philosophical choice that he is making. That it's very easy to think about people who have near godlike power and don't feel like they need to rule over the rest of us. For example, Lord of the Rings is full of these characters.
Yeah, I mean, Gandalf, for example.
Gandalf?
Galadriel,
Tom Bombadil.
We don't talk about Tom Bombadil.
I love to talk about Tom Bombadil. What's that?
He frightens me.
He should. He's terrifying. He's terrifying. He is.
And it's not because he's just a little scary boogeyman who lives in the woods. No, it's just that he is so devoid of care.
Yeah.
That he would take the most powerful artifact in the entire world and just leave it someplace because it means nothing to him.
Not just this is the moment that I actually think is one of the best written moments. Hello, Crimson Scars. One of the best written moments in all of Lord of the Rings is actually from the Tom Bombadil chapter, which is Tom Bombadil holds the ring, and what does he see in the Ring of Power?
I don't remember, but I don't recall him seeing much of anything.
He sees a hole. He sees the emptiness. He looks through the Ring of Power. It is that hole in the Ring of Power that is what matters to him. That lack. No, he is terrifying. He is terrifying. He is a being of, and he's coming from a like completely orthogonal worldview from what Lord of the Rings is generally about. Which is part of the reason why he's such a messy character and why he's so hard to analyze. But like he's a Taoist sage.
Yeah.
In a world that otherwise doesn't have the Tao.
I mean, he's royalty, basically.
Yeah. He's royalty in the kill 6 billion demon sense. He is above and beyond care.
Yeah.
And he is
path. Anyone gets in his way, he walks around, like he just walks through them.
Yeah. Like it's
unapologetically him.
And there's something that is uniquely terrifying about a character who, like, Gandalf isn't unstoppably powerful, but that Gandalf knows that he cannot even touch Bombadil. That's kind of scary, and that the source of Bombadil's power is totally orthogonal to everybody else's power sources.
It's basically just whimsy.
Yeah, that's messed up.
He's just happy life, happy wife, happy life. That's him.
Yeah. And the other part that's like the part of that, what makes that kind of terrifying is also like that that nobody else can do that.
Yeah.
Like that is notionally what the hobbits could do, but they can't. In fact, they actually cannot, though. Like they actually cannot. If Sauron comes from the Shire, which he does, they're doing Viet Cong in the hills.
Yes.
Yeah, Gandalf has a lot of restrictions on his power. Gandalf has many restrictions on his power. You get no powers in Roshar. That's fair.
This is true.
Well, I mean, this is why I always enjoy having. This is part of why I like Tom Bombadil. Is like, and it stands a little bit in athwart Sanderson's narrative motives with making a consistent power system. Is I like when you have power systems where there's multiple conflicting power systems. My favorite fantasy setting of them all, by far, Glorantha.
I've heard of Glorantha, but I don't know anything about it.
Fair enough. Glorantha is the setting for King of Dragon Paths, is where I know it from, which is my favorite video game of all time. There are multiple sources of power that are in profound conflict with each other. And one of the most important one, the one that comes up the most often, is theurgy. You act like a god and you get that god's power. So the main...
Wait a minute, this is the World of Warcraft map.
Yeah, World of Warcraft stole this like heavily. Yeah. Glantis from the 70s.
Okay, it makes sense.
Yeah. Also,
Yeah,
I mean,
you walk the path and you become the god.
Yeah, you and this is, it's very theophanic attunement is the fancy word for this. It's very old school. It's very old school. The god of lightning is a womanizer and a drunkard. And so if you go around partying hard, if you're total frat bro partying hard and sleeping with lots of women, you develop the power to fly and shoot lightning out of your eyes.
Yeah.
And if you start acting all chaste and strict, you will lose those powers.
It's crazy.
And that's the simple one. This is one of the parts that I find really fascinating about, is that they do have a like Harry Potter-esque magic system. Like you know how the world, like a physics magic system. Like you know how the physics of the world works, and that's how you cast magic. It's like you understand the supernal reality.
Yeah.
People who do that tend to be atheists. They just literally believe that all of those people who worship gods and are getting godlike powers from their gods are misperceiving reality and are just doing physics, but mistakenly, but by accident. Like, it's a wild thing to believe, I think. Like, it's a wild thing to believe. But one of the sources of power is...
That's really funny, just walking around. Yeah, you know your god's a fluke, right?
Yeah, it's all just a fluke. Like, you just got lucky. You just got fucking lucky. But one of the ones that is really fascinating is the way that dragons develop their power, which is through not giving a shit.
Royalty.
Yeah, if you don't give a shit, you tap into the infinity rune. If you perceive the infinitude of the world and tap into that, you tap into the infinity rune and start developing completely insane powers, which comes with the incredibly funny trade-off of the better you get good at it by not giving a shit. So intrinsically, you can't use it for anything because your motivation to do anything with it disappears.
Yeah.
Very funny. Funny.
I could destroy you, but do I care enough to?
Especially bad is that true dragons can't distinguish between backwards in time and forwards in time.
Well, I know where the Elder Scrolls got a lot of its influence from.
Oh yeah, no, it's incredibly influential. Fans to huge influence in particular on Dark Souls.
I can see that.
Miyazaki repeatedly cites Rune Quest and Hero Quest as major inspirations for everything he did. Yeah. A lot of Japanese Berserk is also another one that like cites it all the time. Berserk's author cites Clorathel constantly. I love it. It's insane. It's an insane world. And friggin' real dragon hours, where killing somebody and giving birth to somebody are the same action.
That makes
If you can't tell the difference between going backwards in time and forwards in time,
yeah,
right? Like what's stabbing somebody. Yeah, what's the difference? Yeah, like there was a corpse and now there's a living person because you went backwards in time. Great stuff.
I didn't kill you.
Great stuff. And it's it's this, but all of this is to kind of say like this confrontation with the other winds up being so important for us understanding. And I think this is one of those strengths of fantasy fiction. Like I find myself often, I am more of like a lit fic guy than I think it's typical for people in nerd spaces. I like my Jane Austen. I like my Hilary Lechner. Not as into Pinchon, but I could be more into Pinchon. I love Italo Calvino, and I find myself often having to defend the merits of that kind of lit fic, where people are like, well, like, why would I care about this if it doesn't have dragons? And it's like, well, for a lot of stories, it helps to just like already have the audience on board with the basic rules of the world without having to explain anything to them.
Mhm.
You know, without having to introduce the emperor of mankind or the concept of fire magic, to just be like, you know, this is a story about a family, and so why not just have it set in the universe that I know and that my people know, where they know what a car is, and that if you get hit by a car, that's really bad.
Yeah. Allegedly.
Allegedly.
For lawyers, it's a very good thing.
Well, I mean, the thing is, if you're a lawyer, you want other people getting hit by the cars.
Well,
You don't want you getting hit by the car.
no.
But
With the law, it's irrelevant.
Ooh, a dangerous game right there. But the like this is the thing that we are confronted with, right? As we this is kind of this question with fantasy, is like it forces you, it helps you confront that otherness. It helps you confront that otherness and that alienness, and sometimes that's very useful. Sometimes I wonder about it. You know, my real hot take is that Star Wars is the ultimate boomer fantasy.
You know what? You're right.
Yeah. Well, what is the main plot of Star Wars? At the end of the day, what is the main thing that happens in the original trilogy?
Rebels overthrow an empire.
Luke goes from his rural hometown to learn a bunch of hippy dippy bullshit, and he goes and confronts his dad, his stodgy old government official dad, who says, "You were wrong, son. All this hippie stuff is right. I love you."
Yep.
There's no more boomer fantasy.
Like, I hadn't considered it from that angle.
Yeah, there's no more boomer fantasy than that.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. There's no more boomer fantasy than your greatest generation war veteran dad going, no, the love between us as family is more important than like ambition or staying the course or conformity or any of that stuff. Like the most boomer fantasy. Like he gets high in the desert with an old hippie, and then
it's really impressive that, you know, that may be their ultimate fantasy, but it is far different from how they actually functioned.
I think all of us are hypocrites, to be fair. I try not to crap on the boomers too much, in no small part because my parents are boomers and I love them very much, so I'm sympathetic to them.
I think it's you can separate the trends of a given generation from the individual members of it.
I mean, I had this discussion on stream about like what are the things that kind of define generations. I tend to be something of a person who doesn't think. I tend to think most generations most of it's kind of not very important.
No, it's arbitrary.
I think it's mostly about what music you grew up with. I think it's the main thing. The real question of a generation is what pop song will they put on a commercial to sell you a car? For the boomers, they put on Bob Dylan, which is really funny. It is really funny to sell a car with Bob Dylan. I think I have seen car commercials that had Nirvana, which is the defining Generation X band. For millennials, I don't think it's happened too much. I also don't watch as many commercials as I used to, but it's got to be Swift.
I go out of the way to avoid commercials.
Yeah, I the most of the time when I see a commercial, it's because it's a physical printed page on the subway, and that's kind of hard to. It's hard to block a physical printed page. Those ones are tough to block.
It's easy. Just tear it down.
I could do that, but it's a lot. I don't, and also I think that's like an actual crime as opposed to murder. I think that for millennials it's almost certainly going to be Taylor Swift, but it would be funny if it was like Kanye. They start playing like Power or something to sell cars.
Yeah. Actually, there's a lot of country songs that are used to sell
Oh, it's
cars.
true. That's
But I think that's more to
true.
evoke feelings of, hey,
Yeah.
drive really long distances so you wear it out faster.
Well, I think that the market demographic that listens to country is just I'm a New Yorker, right? Like I the number of
Like
Ford
country.
F-150s I see are so small.
Well, yeah.
It's the best selling car in the country by like a large margin. I've seen like 3 of them, and the one that I saw the most recently was a 1991 Ford F-150. Owned by a guy who was born in like 2000. Who's substantially older than him.
Huh.
That guy rocked. That guy rocked. It was like, guy loved fixing cars. Dude ruled. Dude ruled. But yeah,
That's gotta have his hobbies.
yeah. But yeah, this is a kind of a good point. Like, these heroes are typically mentally well, capable, and strong. Like, it's something we keep on doing, and it's not just sci-fi and fantasy, right? It's, you know, think about your James Bonds and
Yep.
you know, Taken or
Unflappable, highly trained. They plan
Y-
things out in advance, or if they
yeah,
don't plan things out in advance, they are quick-witted and think on their feet relatively quickly, adroitly.
yeah. And obviously, there's even within the field of just like major action films, there's exceptions, right? Like Jason Bourne. Jason Bourne's insane. Like I don't know how you can avoid that. Like, he's insane.
Yeah,
He's deeply mentally ill.
He's too competent. Too competent.
He's too good. He's too good at killing people. Deeply mentally ill, but too good at killing people. And so like it's not never done, but it is rarer. And yeah, like the Mad King, the Mad Necromancer is like such a theme.
Mad Scientist is a
Mad Scientist. The Mad Scientist is such a big one. How many Diablo villains are like most Diablo, the big Diablo villains are all just demons who are just ontologically evil and beyond human ken. Like, how many of the villains in that are just like the Mad King whatever, you know, the Mad King, the Mad Necromancer, the so and so who went insane. Like, so many of them are.
Yep.
It's like the default. Like, and it's one of those things that like it has become funny to me. Is like, you know, when I've played games recently, like my first response to almost everything is to just bail. Just like, can I leave?
I was like, huh, that dude looks pretty powerful. I'm gonna run away.
Yeah.
Smart response.
Smart
Not what they want
response.
you to do in games, though.
It depends on the game a lot. It served me. I've been playing Silent Hill, and it served me very well.
Well, yeah, because that's horror.
Yeah.
Typically, you do one of what you're not empowered to fight your.
That's it. The first enemy, you do have to kill the first enemy you see, but it was very funny that like I on stream, like the enemy like comes in, and I'm just like, I just literally say like out loud, like, can I walk out? And apparently people were just like, this fucking guy. My attempts to do a 0 kill Dark Souls run, pretty goofy.
That was hilarious.
I'm probably still gonna go back and do it, but
Oh.
I mean, I'm at 22 kills.
Oh no, you failed your mission.
I failed my mission. Yeah, no, it turns out it does not look like. Looks like you cannot actually escape the asylum demon safely. You cannot let him live. What a shame.
Indeed, it is kill or be killed in the world.
Yeah. No, it is funny that I have that kind of instinct, but like, how do you feel justified about that, right? Like, that's I guess kind of like where I'm always coming from. This is like, particularly like in an RPG, I'm always like, oh well, if I'm playing a role, like I want to be the person making the world better.
Yeah,
Right?
but I mean that's kind of a fault with modern RPGs. You're not really playing a role.
That's true. It drives me a little bit insane.
Yeah, the genres become so watered down that it's effectively meaningless.
Oftentimes it means just an item system, which is the thing I dislike.
Either an item system or you get stats.
Yeah, it's like item system and stats, which are like two things I just don't want to interact with very much. That's a very funny point about Andario. But Yeah, it is this funny thing. Like I want to make the world better, and killing somebody just because they're crazy doesn't feel right to me. Doesn't feel like good guy behavior. That doesn't feel like making the world a better place. That feels like just being a weird asshole. Like, I can't vibe with that.
That's just that's what Dark Souls is about, though. It's just being a weird
Yeah.
little guy at the end of the world, having a great time. And by great time, I mean having a really bad time. You mean I die? I experience the pain of death over and over again, and I gotta come back? Yeah. All right, I'm killing everything then.
As they say, still saying exile. What's the next slide? Yes, raw, unfiltered world building shit.
Yep.
Yeah, I remember. This is what you're. I know. I remember this was the last one on here. But let's talk about some raw, unfiltered world building shit.
Before that, I do want to go into how the Stormlight Archive does a pretty good job of this. Nearly all the heroes and nearly all the heroes in the Stormlight Archive have some version of a mental illness, but it doesn't necessarily. What I think is important about it is that it doesn't really define them. They also don't seek to have it cured. Or rather, if they do, it is portrayed as though that is the wrong path to go about. Because you don't really cure these things. You just find methods of coping and dealing with it and moving on with your life. Management rather than cure.
Oh yeah, that's a big thing, right? Like that's a big thing for anybody who struggles with this kind of thing. And like one of the ones that I end up having a surprising amount of conversations about is insomnia, which is not really a mental illness. It's just a condition I have. But it's never going to be cured. There's no cure for this. I just have bad sleep. I can manage. I can manage it, and I think it's relatively speaking well managed right now. But it's just a matter of ameliorating this thing that is about me, right? It's like actually this is something that I always really liked from, again, my favorite fantasy novel series, the Kane series. When you get injured, if it doesn't kill you, you get a scar from it, right?
Yeah.
And this guy talks about, I've got this scar on my shoulder from somebody who tried to hit me in the head with an axe.
Yeah.
And you can see where that scar grew back. It grew back stronger.
Yeah.
And sometimes that happens. But he could have just chopped my armhole off, and then I just wouldn't have an arm. Yeah. And that would just be it. That would just be it. And it's never that simple. And sometimes I've got problems in my life, and sometimes they've been things that I was able to fix, and sometimes they're things that I could fix, and sometimes they're things that are just not worth fixing, and sometimes there's things that I just got to figure out a way to deal with it. And some of that's mental, and some of that's an old physical injury, and that is definitely a thing that happens, particularly with mental illness, because I don't think that we understand how to fix a lot of the big ones. Like when people tell you that they cured their depression, like that's particularly when you're like, oh, I like eating this cured my anxiety. It's like, did it?
Yeah, huge red flag.
Huge red flag. Huge red flag. If you've got pretty narrow anxiety triggers, I can understand that. Things like PTSD seem to be pretty recoverable. Things like anxiety disorder, things like specific anxiety triggers can be managed pretty successfully. I don't know that like general anxiety is like curable. It's just like you figure out ways to navigate it. You figure out ways to live with it. You figure out ways to make it not ruin your life. So that's like a huge thing, and apparently, according to you and Nando, that is how it works in Stormlight. Yes, right. Like
Stormlight is less about. It's more about. It's really a story about acceptance, I think. Just being like, yeah, okay, we've been dealt a crappy hand. Let's accept that we had this crappy hand, and let's do something about it. Let's do as best we can.
Oh yeah, and
Also, that war is kind of bad.
yeah. Well, that's yeah, that's one of those
Except
things.
not really, not really.
Oh man, we're so uh at such a complicated such a complicated thing in fiction, right? That like
Uh-huh. Con conflict is inherent to fiction. It
yeah.
doesn't really work without it, and
Well,
yet it's kinda bad.
I was just gonna go to a bigger, like a broader historical thing.
Uh-huh.
Um, a broader historical thing is that like there isn't usually a lot of we as moderns. This is the reason why World War I is the war that broke everyone's brain forever.
Yes.
Is that going into World War I, it was still the majority consensus opinion of Europeans, including Americans, that war was a clarifying, morally edifying process.
Yes.
The people who go to war come out stronger, that people who don't go to war are the ones who are broken.
Yes.
Bertrand de Born, a French knight, is very explicit about this in his epic poems of the 1100s. 1000s. I'm sorry, he was dead. I think he was dead by. I think he died early 1100s. That like not sending your sons to war is like he talks about it in the way that we talk about like a form of child abuse. That it's like the equivalent of like not letting your kid go to school, to not let them go to war. Like it was seen as like a morally clarifying, morally edifying thing, and World War Since World War I, we have not believed this.
No.
We have
I'm
generally
very particular in focusing on World War I. It's one of my favorite areas of study.
Oh yeah.
Just because it really is the definition of it defines modernity.
It does. There, some people even go so far as to say it's the end of the medieval era. That's the real end of the medieval era is World War I. And
I can see that.
And if you want to troll people, it is a unpopular but not insane choice for the end of the Roman Empire. Sultanate of Rum, baby.
I suppose, yeah. Let's go.
Sultanate of Rum. It's not called the Sultan of Rum. It's called the Sultan of Rum because it's Rome. You know, that's one of the titles of the Ottoman Emperor is the Sultan of Rum, as in the King of Rome.
I hadn't considered that frame. That's really, you know what? I like that. I like that enough to.
We really
so
means 1922.
Just
really means it's 1922, but it is very funny to go with.
I walk into a history convention. I approach the podium, and I say, "Rome fell in 1920."
It would be 22, and no other people do it. People have been doing that one.
Yeah.
Historians are cool with that one. It's pop history people who are not cool with it. Historians think it's a troll choice, but not one that they hate. It's not a stupid choice.
They're like, yeah, this makes sense. However, you're being silly.
Yeah, you're being silly. This is not insane, but it is silly. Hello, Carmelo. And well, I mean, yeah, that's yeah, we got off topic of the topic of world building, but yeah, it's it is something to be said that like we live in this modern condition where we view warfare as something that must be chosen with great weight towards the fact that it's going to like you have to have a very good fucking reason for going to war. Right, like you have to
can't just be, oh, this dude insulted you at a ball like 2 years ago, and you've been wanting to get back at him ever since.
I mean, Bertrand de Born is open about saying like you need to figure out excuses to go to war.
Yes,
like you can't just go to war for no good reason because of the peace of God and how Catholicism works and all that stuff. But you should be looking for those reasons because not going to war makes you weak and makes you unholy. It makes you a worse person to not go to war regularly.
That is actually a key feature of a nation in the Stormlight Archive.
Okay, yeah.
War to them is a proving grounds.
Yeah, it's a crucible. I mean, if you are, I would say that that's just a straightforward output of being a military aristocrat.
Yeah.
And if you have a hereditary military aristocracy, that is going to be a baked-in part of your society.
Yep. The Alethi, that's right, baby.
Like you can't avoid that. And like the United States doesn't have that. We don't have a hereditary military aristocracy, as even though yes, I know that soldiers tend to come from soldier families. It does tend to be, particularly officers tend to be, most officers are the sons of other officers, but
yeah,
it's not actually hereditary, and it is treated as a life stage. Even to people who do that, they do not tend to treat it as a thing that they do until they die. And the thing that they were born for, they do as a thing that they were trained for and that they enter and they'll spend several years at. And then they will either enter staff officership or they will retire to civilian life. Does help that the US has an up or out system. So, you know, you can't just vibe out as a captain for 20 years. But that is very much a difference, and it's a choice you have to make in your world building, right?
Yes.
Thank you for the tall wand.
Absolutely.
And Nando, it's always lovely to have you. It's always lovely to have you. But yeah, it is a choice you make in your world. And I think that this is kind of a positive sign for Stormlight. I tend to not read lots of big sword and sorcery fantasy series. I actually, at this point in my life, have a very negative view of A Song of Ice and Fire.
I can understand why.
Yeah. Not gonna lie, the fandom made it much worse for me.
Fandom always makes things worse, usually.
Yeah, I can think of a handful of fandoms that I think really elevated the source material.
That they do elevate the source material is an exception rather than the rule.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just that people. What really gets me about the Song of Ice and Fire is that I really don't like the outlook that George R. R. Martin portrays in it. I don't like his view. I don't like the view of humanity that he espouses within it.
No, it's frustrating. What's frustrating to me is what frustrates me most is that I find it incredibly unrealistic. Well, that's the part that really gets me, is that it's substituting it's cynicism that is completely ungrounded from reality. It's cynicism for cynicism's sake.
Yeah.
A part that I never get over once somebody pointed it out to me was that nobody seems to believe in their religion.
Yeah.
Like, that's baffling. That's weird. That doesn't even make sense. Like if these people were supposed to be based on medieval or even early modern aristocrats, open displays of sincere piety would be de rigueur. It would be extremely normal for these characters, for characters like Jamie to be really fucking religious.
It would make
possibly even uncomfortably religious to us.
It would also add for some really interesting sort of conflicts as well.
Yeah.
And like interpersonal and personal conflicts.
Yeah.
That's like, religions say I shouldn't do this. However, my sister.
No, religion exists only for like totally cynical PR purposes, which doesn't.
Yeah.
Which is something that I hate in every world building that does that. It's something that I hate about. I hate it in particular in GTA. GTA is the one that has made me particularly mad about it.
GTA?
Yeah, Grand Theft Autos. Like
Okay.
Grand Theft Auto's vision of all forms of public commitment are just cynical lenses for exploiting dumber people.
Yep.
I hate it. Because those things only work if people take them seriously.
Yep.
The reason why you are able to be a cynical manipulator is that every cynical manipulator needs at least 3 other people who are totally sincere.
Yep.
You can't have a whole world doing that. Like, and so it's just a worldview that I find poisonous and asinine. And yes, it's George's biases, and it's frustrating. I would be less frustrated. This is what I meant by like the fandom has made it worse for me, is that the fanish interpretation, which is very common. I want to be clear. I know that somebody's going to say like, oh, nobody actually does that. No, it's super common. Talk to any history professor. Their students' main reference for the Middle Ages is Game of Thrones, the TV show. and people are like, oh, but that's not what it was like in Game of Thrones. The Game of Thrones shows what it was really like. And no, it doesn't, because George R. R. Martin didn't do any research on social history. He didn't do any research on social history, so it reflects what is convenient for him as a 21st century person to believe about the Middle Ages. It doesn't reflect any actual grounding in that. And it's one of those things I think about a lot, that when they were talking about the Dothraki, the Dothraki are the most ridiculous on this front, because the Dothraki are supposedly based on the Comanche and the Mongols.
Yep.
What they're actually based on, and Benioff and Weiss said this out loud, they are based on the movie Stagecoach from 1930s. Like they're based on westerns. They're not based on any culture that people have researched. They're not based on any culture. The Comanche and Mongols still live. Like, those aren't extinct societies. Those aren't like talking about medieval England. Like, you can meet Comanche. Like, you can meet Mongols. There are still Mongol horse archers.
And they're awesome.
Yeah. There's actually a really excellent photo I saw recently of a Mongol horse archer doing horseback shooting while wearing Japanese streetwear. It's dope.
That goes hard.
It goes so hard. Ultimate VTuber right there. Ultimate VTuber in real life.
Absolutely. No one's brave enough to do that, though.
Absolutely. It's sick as hell. I've
actually been thinking about that a little bit. About how let's focus on world building. Let's focus on world building.
Yeah, you have to make these choices, and one of those choices that is going to be really complicated when you're making your world is that people have to respond meaningfully to the problems they're actually confronted with and in their cultural context. And the more alien you make their cultural context, the weirder their mental illnesses are going to get.
Yes.
They're going to get weirder, more bizarre.
For example, a really fantastic example of this is just not even in fiction, but in reality. I believe that within certain African subgroups, schizophrenia is actually seen as a positive thing to develop.
There's variation in this, and it's actually really interesting and complicated. I am doing silly stuff here. I'm sorry. I was trying to figure out if I was trying to rotate the slide to look different, and I was doing silly stuff. But yeah, different cultures have different contexts, and this is one of the outputs of this with schizophrenia in particular. I don't know if there's anywhere it's just flat out seen as positive in an unambiguous fashion.
Well, but more positive, I should say.
More positive. Yeah, there is more positive.
And voices, it's been reported that some of the psychoses that schizophrenic people in these societies, their affliction isn't like, they're not, the voices and stuff aren't negative. They're just like, yeah, you're good, man.
Yeah. Well, and it's
these people are probably doing their best.
Well, and the extent to which schizophrenia is disabling and distressing is definitely varies by culture. And so the fact that we have spent generations using schizophrenia as a shorthand or like an explanation for somebody being ontologically evil and somebody who you can just kill out of hand makes it so much worse.
Yes.
Like that definitely does make it worse. And so like it's I don't know entirely what to do with that information other than like, please don't be mean about schizophrenia, people. And if you are developing or vulnerable to schizophrenia, I don't hate you. I can say that much. I'm sorry. Like, I can say that much. It's a dreadful thing to go through, but I'm not going to make it worse for you by putting you in league with like Kefka from Final Fantasy or something like that. And I think it's worth. That's one of those things like you do have to think about. You mentioned Le Guin earlier. I've been going through the old Le Guins, and that's something that does come up, that the societies that she makes have different mental illnesses than ours, and that's particularly what the entire point of Lathe of Heaven is about. But I recently finally got around to reading Left Hand of Darkness, and they have a different approach to. They have different ideas about what is mentally ill and mentally well. They, in particular, I don't know if you've read Left Hand of Darkness.
I have not.
Okay. The fundamental conceit of Left Hand of Darkness is it's in a setting where humanity is splintered. Humans live on many different planets, and they lost contact with each other thousands and thousands of years ago, and they are in an age of rediscovering each other.
Oh, that sounds really interesting.
It is really interesting. It is really interesting. And Earth is one of these is not the OG planet. It is a planet that was seeded by the Hainish. The Hainish are the seed people, the seed humans, and they apparently not everything they did was super ethical. They apparently did some of the planets they did were just like a kind of like, I wonder what happens if we make humans who X. And so the people in the Left Hand of Darkness. So the main character is from Earth. The main character is an anthropologist from Earth who is visiting this society, and getting to know them and trying to help figure out if they're ready to join the greater galactic humanity.
Yeah.
The defining feature of this branch of humanity, is they're all non-binary. They are all non-binary. And the way their gender and sexuality operates is that you have a time of month. Everybody's on a monthly cycle, like a period, and when it comes up, you become sexually fertile and binary gendered for a couple of days. And you're otherwise gender neutral and infertile.
Oh, all right.
So the main character, the perspective character, is just a dude from Earth.
Yeah.
And
so
they perceive him as insane. They people who try to be binary gendered all the time are called perverts. It's like a formal diagnosis. And
interesting.
And everybody like people don't believe him about what life is like outside of their planet. He's like, no, you guys are the only humans who are like this. There are thousands of planets where no other humans are like this. And that's ridiculous. How in the world do you live life where you're in heat all the time?
You know what? I think that Sanderson read that.
Almost certainly. It's an incredible book. Fucking read Left Hand of Darkness. It rocks.
Because there's a particular society on Rosar that operates similarly. It's actually how these people that call themselves the listeners operate. They're not human. They are shellfish people, basically.
Yeah.
And they have different forms with how they actual physically different forms for whenever they need to complete different tasks. Like they have work form, they have mate form, war form, and other forms like that cause physical changes to their bodies, and also changes their various mental states. And something that they often comment on is that, why would you want to be in mate form all the time? That sounds awful.
Yeah. That was a thing that was a feature of Left Hand of Darkness. It ruled.
Yeah,
it ruled. And it's again, if you're in a society like that, you're going to have different concepts of what is mentally ill or mentally well. And it's the thing that drives me a little bit nuts when I see how some people talk about mental illness in fantasy fiction, where how mental illness plays out in our own society today varies from local culture to local culture.
Yes.
There are culturally specific mental illnesses.
Yes.
Agoraphobia in America is not really the same as hikikomori in Japan. It's a different diagnosis. It means something different. And I don't know why this would be surprising to people, that when so much of mental illness is defined, again, this is definitional to mental illness in the American understanding. It's very much defined by an inability to fit into society and to play your appropriate role.
Yes.
Like your anxiety is only a disorder insofar as it keeps you from showing up to work.
Yep, that's
And,
why
and
one of like the most common.
Mhm.
That's why almost all of the definitions for mental illnesses are like in order to be really diagnosed with it is interfering with what you're doing.
yeah, it has to prevent you from living the life you want, whether that's professionally, romantically, just in terms of your happiness. But like,
Yep.
it needs to interfere with these with this socially prescribed role of functioning. And
Like the only reason why I think my ADHD was taken seriously is because, well, I mean, it was actually really easy to not take seriously because one, I had it under control. Well, I say under control. I had outside help from my parents whenever I was younger that kept me on task, and they made me do homework and do stuff like that. And then, but whenever I'm left to my own devices, I just bounce all over the place, or I just sit there and do nothing because I have terrible executive
oh god,
function.
I've been having a hell
Where
of
I'm
a
just
week for
like,
that.
where it's just like, huh,
Yeah.
I got things to do, don't I? I'm gonna keep scrolling Wikipedia.
Oh geez, yeah, I've had a hell of a week for that. Where I've had days where I've been incredibly productive and doing like 2 weeks of work in 6 hours. And I like yesterday, I just like kind of like I streamed and then I just kind of like stared at the wall. Like, it's just like no focus.
It's like, huh, I can't really think about anything right now. It just doesn't feel appealing. And if I force it, it's like thinking through mud.
Yeah. Oh.
But it was only because it doesn't really interfere with my job. And I noticed I was paying very close attention to what my psychiatrist asked me whenever she was like, Nyano, are you sure that you have ADHD? And it was like going through the questions, I was like, huh, almost all of these are like affecting work and productivity.
Yeah.
And it was only whenever I began saying, well, I mean, my personal productivity is in projects that I want to accomplish at home and fulfilling tasks at home. That's where it really affects me the most. Then I was just like, and then she was just like, yep, that sounds like ADHD to me.
Oh my goodness.
Have you gone so long without being diagnosed, dude? And I was like,
yeah, I that's that.
oh, it was depression for years, and it is.
Yeah, they're not unlinked, and they're not they don't cancel each other out or anything like that.
No, they really like working together. It's like the image of the two Pepes shaking hands.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
It's like, hey, we're gonna ruin this guy's life. Oh yeah, we are.
Oh.
And also because like a lot of I've noticed this, a lot of like my self-worth comes from productivity too.
Yes.
So like if I'm not accomplishing something, it's like, what am I doing? I may as well just, die if I'm not doing something.
Jeez. Dreadful.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness.
But then you have people in other parts of the world where they're just more lackadaisical about things, where productivity isn't the be-all end-all because they've not been so poisoned by capitalism or whatever.
Oh yeah, I mean that classic Protestant work ethic. That's
it's awful. It's legitimately awful.
Great book, by the way. If you want to read an example of what happens when a person goes kind of insane in a culturally local way, yeah, read Weber. Read Max Weber. Max Weber very clearly was his main works, like notably the Protestant work ethic and the spirit of capitalism. That's his main famous one. Very much products of him having a mental breakdown that is induced by being German.
Oh yeah.
Like being driven insane by Germanness as a German.
It's a wonder they're still together as a people.
I was recently seeing people proposing breaking Germany up into 3 countries.
Let's go! Yes, Holy Roman Empire, Electric Boogaloo.
Oh, yeah, I did
Let's
see
do
that.
it.
I did see that. Why stop at 3? Why not 300? Why not 300 Germany?
Bavaria clearly hates the everyone else, so
yeah. And I mean we've
really
given
hate Bavaria.
We've given them 120 years of being together, and it's been a bumpy ride. It's been a bumpy ride.
Maybe unification was a bad idea.
Well, the Balkans went wrong once before, but maybe that's just because of the Balkans. Maybe if we Balkanize Central Europe rather than Southeastern Europe, it'll go well.
Yes, that's clearly the cure.
We're about to go into ads.
Right.
So folks, we will be back and hopefully not say things that will get us canceled on European Twitter. Hopefully we'll just say things that get us canceled on fantasy author Twitter. That's true. We do have an Atlantic Ocean.
I care even
between
less about them, honestly.
us. Say what you will about the Europeans. At least they've got some nuclear weapons.
So true. Fantasy authors, 0.
And we return. And we return.
We fight.
We fight. But yeah, one of so unfiltered world building shit. A place where that I was thinking about during the breakout. I mentioned Glorantha because I keep on mentioning it. One of the things that Glorantha has that I think really makes it feel better as a world, that feels incredible from a world building perspective, is the 85% rule.
85%?
85% rule. Anything that is just quote unquote true about a social group applies about 85% of the time.
Mm-hmm.
And this is mostly because like the setting exists first and foremost for a tabletop role-playing game. That's like the first purpose of it. And so this is to make it so that like if you want to make a character who does something really weird and deviant, in general, the society will be able to deal with that. You will not have it will not be the sort of thing where the GM's just like, no, you can't do that. You know, there's no such thing as a half orc wizard. Like there's not going to be that moment. You're not going to have that moment in in a Glorantha setting. And so like an example of this where I found it particularly interesting is in the case of gender, because so much of what we talk about with mental health has to do with gender and gender conformity. And so 85% of Orlanthi, which is the most protagonistic culture in the setting. That's the one that most players come from. It's the game that it's the culture that most of the games are made about, et cetera, et cetera. It's the one that the designers just openly like the most. Are the Orlanthi, the storm worshippers. About 85% of Orlanthi are cis and straight. About 15% are not. Of some variety or another. Whether that is whether they devote them, they are Hellerings, Heller is the rain god and the god of who is fully genderqueer, fully gender fluid, and unsurprisingly the worshippers are as well. Or Vinga, women often join the cult of Vinga, which is living, which is the female aspect of the King of the Storms. And it is being a woman who is living as if she were a man. And has all these cool implications. Like, many Vingans are lesbians, but many are straight. But they all have red hair, which is interesting. Becoming a Vingan causes you to have red hair, and it makes you temporarily infertile.
Oh, just like real life.
Yeah. That's how red hair works. But yeah,
exactly.
It's one of the miracles of Vinga is being able to have sex with men without getting pregnant. So that it won't interfere with your ability to make war, because that's what Vinga's all about. Vinga's all about. Vinga's when women want to go to war, they join the cult of Vinga.
We gotta kill people.
We gotta fucking kill people. We can't be making babies.
Yeah.
We also don't want to stop having sex, because like, come on, man, that's fun. And like it's one of my favorite ones is that worshippers of the god of death are often homosexual men. And this is like there's a symbolic element to this where the symbol of the god of death is a sword. And so the guys who are talking about their swords all the time and always looking out for swords and comparing swords with other men and yeah, you see it.
Oh yeah, I see that.
I see it. And it's a compelling piece of world building, but also this isn't to say that it's like a totally accepting society. It's got its own rules, and like you can be gender non-conforming, but in new ways,
socially prescribed ways.
In socially prescribed ways, yeah. And so
it's just like that's actually present in, like, for instance, for example, United States society as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
Women and men working in varied fields.
No, a
very recent phenomenon.
I am still I'm still kind of one of those problems, I guess, of me having studied so much history. I'm not even that much of a U.S. history guy, right? I'm mostly like an ancient history guy.
My man.
But one of those things that kind of got me in studying, it was a couple years ago. Mike Pence, our vice president at the time, said that he will not go out to have a solo dinner with a woman other than his wife.
Oh yeah. I know about that.
Yeah. And it was this big controversy, and I remember being very surprised because as recently as my parents' lifespan, that would be like grounds for divorce.
Yes.
Like that would just be infidelity in and of itself. That would have just automatically been infidelity. He would have just been cheating on his wife. And I was like, this is just traditional monogamy. Like, this is just traditional monogamy in America. Why are people so surprised by this? Like, this is just American monogamy. But, and again, that's not even particularly ancient history. That's very recent.
The liberals have changed things, Almantas.
Yeah, yes, in this case. Like, yes, that is exactly an effective liberalization in our country. And it's, and I mean, watch Mad Men. Mad Men rocks for this reason. And we have these socially prescribed roles, and they're like, we can see them, like, you just like watch any contemporary news thing and you will see people having debate and discussion about changing what the limitations and boundaries of gender conformity and nonconformity are. It's one of the biggest political and news issues of the United States today. Is different people have very different feelings about what should or should not be permitted. And that, that is where I was going with it in the case of fantasy was actually in the case of hold on, I can do something here. Oh, there we go, perfect. In the case of, like I was talking about Glorantha, because I can't fucking stop talking about my favorite fantasy setting. So like in King of Dragon Pass, we have these rules, right? Like you can just completely trans your gender through various forms of worship. You can adopt odd non-conformist genders. Like again, like Vingans are a very common part of King of Dragon Pass in particular. There's a lot of Vingans, a lot of the major characters are Vingan, which is a very gender non-conforming subculture. But there's a moment there's an event in the game where you find some men who are foreigners, some guys from abroad have come to your place, and you found them hiding in the grain silos. And men being in the grain silos is so weird to your people that they don't even have like a criminal punishment for it. It's so outside of what is considered acceptable masculine behavior that they didn't even think that somebody would do it. And these guys didn't think about it because they're just like, we're on the run and we found a building.
Yeah.
To hide in. But like your people are just like, do we execute them? Do we
let them go?
What do we do? Like, is this even a crime? Like, it's so odd and so outside of the boundaries of our concept of gender. And again, this is a society where there are fully people who are just changing their gender every week because that's what you do when you're Hellering. And even they're just like men can't go.
What do you mean? What are you doing there?
Yeah, what is this?
How did this occur to you?
Yeah. Why did you even think this way? I'm just noticing OBS is being obnoxious. I don't know what to do about it. I don't know what to do about it. But yeah, it's and I fixed it. There we go. But yeah, I can't believe that my overlay was off by 2 inches this entire time.
2 pixels.
The pixels.
We gotta fix the pixels.
We gotta fix the pixels.
What if we made them circular?
Oh god, that would be amazing. All the problems that would cause.
Yes.
But but yeah, like this is. They have their own set of gender norms and concepts of what it is to be insane. What it is to be insane, what it is to be what it is to be mentally well. And you're going to have that in pretty much any fantasy setting. And I think it's a shame when fantasy settings don't really think about it very hard. Like you know that World of Warcraft has never thought of this.
I don't think anyone who's ever worked on World of Warcraft has ever thought deeply about the setting at all.
Oh, it's pretty brutal. It is brutal. And meanwhile, so that's a particularly brutal one. And I think Final Fantasy XIV is relatively thoughtful about the mental and psychological states of its characters, but I don't think it's that thoughtful. I don't think it's at the level of thoughtfulness where they would really consider, like, the Lalafell might just have different mental illnesses.
True.
Like, and even particularly, I mean, actually, for credit to them. It would be like Oldar versus Limsa.
Yeah,
like
I mean, like the if none of them, like I think the Makote would have particularly like wild mental illnesses.
Oh yeah,
because they are. I mean, for starters, I mean they have a really nice, two external features that can really denote their mood. For example.
That's true. That's true.
Imagine you have a guy who just goes around thrashing his tail all the time. That dude probably see as strange. You know?
Yeah. No, I'm sorry. I just I didn't play Mikote. I played Lala.
I'm just saying,
Yeah.
you have a cat person,
Yeah.
like a genuine cat person, and it's like, what if it just starts acting not like a cat?
Yeah,
little
that's
bit.
true. That's true.
What if it starts displaying more, um, like non-hunter
Mhm.
attributes? If he's members of, like, the Hunters of the Day or whatever they're called,
Yeah.
and it's just like, you okay there, dude? You've not been hunting in a while. Like, imagine you have a culture that is normalized hunting, for example,
Mhm.
and a dude who just strongly objects to it.
Well, I actually we've well, okay. This is one where we could get very. Sorry, you've tripped one that's like a very cool one for me.
I've activated his trap card.
You've activated a trap card, and that trap card is I've been vegan for over a decade.
Mhm.
And one of my favorite philosophers that I had to read in graduate school was Henry Salt.
Henry who?
Henry Salt, who you've probably not thought about because he is mostly known for he's a Victorian radical political activist. Victorian era radical political activist. And so he was part of a culture where hunting was not merely normalized. Hunting was a fundamental expression of masculinity and patriotism.
Yes.
And he was a vegetarian. And so much of his activism was about denigrating and denormalizing hunting. Like he that was his main political activism, was like thinking that British guys going around on horseback torturing foxes to death was fucked up and weird.
Yeah. Whereas that was just something they did.
It was not just something they did. It was like necessary element of proving your participation in upper class British society.
Yeah.
It was not merely normal, it was extremely expected, and he was being extremely dissident and extremely weird by calling it awful.
That's actually a point in the Stormlight Archive.
Heck yeah.
The entire Lethe culture, particularly their aristocrats, they make war, they hunt. Anything that's about a contest of strength or of will, they do it.
Yeah. And
this is partially due to supernatural influence as well. But
they've got that what do you call it, the orc rage. They got the green skin rage or whatever.
They actually do it. They call it the thrill.
The thrill.
It's basically like heroin. That's spiritual heroin that's injected into them whenever they go into war, go into battle.
Sorry, again, this is just like one of those extremely tiny triggers in my brain of like the way saying the thrill like that, I immediately start playing Snake Eater in my brain.
What a thrill!
There were some ladder sesequences in Silent Hill, and every single
they
time
would hate Kojima.
I was like, is it Snake Eater time? But I don't doubt it. I don't doubt it. I mean, Kojima, what a guy. One of the guys of all time.
Extremely interesting person.
Extremely interesting person. Perhaps the defining man of video games.
Honestly, yeah, he's definitely the one that has the largest out of all of the dudes, maybe aside from maybe Miyamoto. He definitely has the largest cultural market share of dude who makes video games.
Miyamoto is probably more famous in some sort of general sense, but I think that Miyamoto very carefully cordons. Well, is he still alive with us?
Yeah, of course he is.
Okay. Wow.
Yeah,
Miyamoto's old.
Yeah.
Jesus.
Yeah, he's been doing it for 50 years.
Christ, I thought he would. He's got to be in his 90s.
I believe he's in his late 70s.
That can't be right. I'm sorry. We'll stop discussing Miyamoto's age. What I was going to say was that Miyamoto's image has very carefully cordoned itself off from several major elements of video gaming, notably like fetishization of military hardware and violence. Like you cannot like Miyamoto. No, there's nothing that you can know about Miyamoto that tells you anything about Call of Duty.
Yes.
Like Miyamoto's image, Miyamoto's branding is something like Call of Duty is awful. Period. Whereas Kojima is very much defined, not, I shouldn't say only defined, but a major factor of Kojima's brand and persona and everything is loving military hardware despite also knowing that it's kind of evil.
Yes.
Like,
no, flat out.
Flat out. He loves Heinz. He loves that Barrett 50 cal. Have you done the Kojima name quiz, by the way?
No.
Okay, hold on. We're gonna take. It's okay for us to take a bit of a pivot here. And
absolutely.
Hold on. There's a Kojima name generator, and I'm going to first of all let's reset that to how do I reset the rotates? That doesn't reset the rotates. That resets everything, but that's fine. That's fine. Hi Mix.
Hi Mix.
Let me. I'm going to grab the window.
I'm looking for the Glorantha Wikipedia page.
Oh, it's wild.
Ducks.
Ducks rule. Ducks are so good.
They're ducks.
They're ducks.
With arms rather than wings.
Yes. They're particularly famous for their devotion to Humacht, the god of death, and are therefore especially loyal and stalwart opponents of necromancy.
That makes sense.
No, the ducks are amazing. The ducks, they're fucking ducks. They're ducks. Okay, so we've got a Kojima name generator. Oh, hi Nagi. Hi Nagi. Okay, so I've done this like 5 times before, but this is the first time Nyano's done it. So this is Brian David Gilbert did an entire video about Kojima names. The characters in Kojima games they got some frigging names.
Yeah, they do.
And so this is an online name generator done in multiple sections.
Okay, I've got it.
Okay, section 1, determine how many names you have.
All right, I'm rolling.
Okay, I'll roll for you because we got it open on screen.
I'm watching. 2? I have 1 name.
You have 1 name. Thank God. Because if you roll the 6, you have to do the worksheet 6 times.
Phenomenal. No, I don't. I can change the rules whenever I want.
What is your full name?
Nyanomancer.
What do you do at your occupation?
You're not going to believe this, but I nanomance. Wizard.
Wizard? No, it has to be an ER noun. If you're a sheep farmer, your answer will be farmer. So this would be Nyanomancer again.
Yeah. I'm breaking it.
Hello, Rocco is my dog. What was your first pet specific species or breed?
Cat.
Okay. What's the most embarrassing childhood memory? Be specific. It's going to get condensed into 2 words, by the way.
Oh, probably the most embarrassing thing I ever did was I was contracted to be in like a school, not a school play, a church play, and I was supposed to tell a joke, and I frickin' what's the term whenever like a comedy guy just loses it on stage and can't tell the joke?
You bombed.
Yeah, I flat out bombed. I corpsed. I could not do it. I died. I fell on the floor laughing because I couldn't do it.
Joke bombed. Okay. Hey, I kind of want to call it church bombed.
Yeah. No, okay. Can't do that.
Actually, we can. It's Kojima.
Fair enough.
Church bombed. What is the object you'd least like to be stabbed by?
Have you seen the ovipositor?
I know an ovipositor is, yeah.
Yeah, that ovipositor that Bad Dragon makes.
Okay, Bad Dragon ovipositor.
Yeah, I don't want to be stabbed by that. So just ovipositor.
We'll leave the Bad Dragon in. What is something you're good at? Verb ending in ing.
Speaking.
Can we call it yapping?
Yes.
Yapping. How many carrots do you believe you could eat in one sitting if someone like forced you to eat as many carrots as possible?
Are they cooked?
I don't think so, but it could be.
I could probably eat 2 or 3.
Let's go 3. What is your greatest intangible fear?
pain.
Pain? Okay. What is your greatest tangible fear?
Probably a nuclear bomb.
Nuclear bomb? Okay, okay.
Yeah.
What was the last thing you did before starting this worksheet? We could make it before starting the stream.
I napped a lot.
Napped. What condition is your body currently in? Single word answer.
Good.
Good. Okay. Favorite
If
state
that's
of
not descriptive of people tired.
I think good's fine. Favorite state of matter. This one's actually got a drop down. It's gas, liquid, plasma, and solid.
Yeah.
What is it?
I mean, of course, what they don't tell you is that there's other states of matter, but
yeah, they don't have Bose-Einstein condensate on here, unfortunately.
I think liquids are pretty cool.
Liquid? Okay, good choice. A word that your name sounds kind of like.
Oh, merciful heavens.
I think nano.
Sure, we'll go with nano.
Nano. I know that's a very Kojima word too.
Yeah.
Zodiac.
Nano machines. Cancer.
Cancer. All right. Happy belated birthday.
Thank you.
Define your personality in one word. What would it be?
That's actually rather difficult. Mix, how would you do it? Mix, I gotta rely on you, buddy. Because I know that I'm too complicated.
I would have used astute for you.
I wouldn't use that for myself. I think I'm dumber than a box of rocks a lot of times.
This is what happens when you ask your friends, is they say too nice of things about you.
True. True.
Mix my personality in one word.
I don't know that he's
Come
here.
on, Mix. I mean, we can go with astute, I suppose, until Mix responds.
All right, we'll leave it and we can come back.
Yeah.
Okay, now we're entering section 3, Kojima information. Kojima character names reflect his own idiosyncrasies. He can't help himself.
True.
Who is your favorite film character? Note, must be played by Kurt Russell.
Oh shoot. Kurt Russell.
There's a drop down, by the way. So
oh, there's an actual drop down.
Yeah, they've got it.
Well, I can't see it. It's not reflected.
Oh, it's not on the screen. Okay. Wow, it's a lot of them, so I don't want to read them all.
Maybe send me the link to this so I can peruse it as well.
Okay. I'll send you the link. But oh god, that was I can't believe. Oh, the autocomplete having read it as the first thing. Adult Cooper, Bart, Ben Crane, Boy Kicking Mike, Captain Ives, Captain Ron, Coach Hand, Colonel Jonathan Jack O'Neill. That's a good one. Crunch Calhoun, Dad, David Grant.
Oh, it has to be O'Neill. It has to be O'Neill.
Okay.
I love Stargate.
I chose Snake, by the way, when I did this.
I mean, Snake's funny, I suppose.
Snake Plissken rules. I love Snake Plissken. O'Neill's a good choice, though. O'Neill's a good choice. What is the last word of the title of your favorite Kubrick film? This is also...
Kubrick film?
Yeah. This is a much shorter list.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Desire, Fight, Glory, Jacket, for Full Metal Jackets, Killing, Kiss.
Odyssey. It's got to be Odyssey.
Odyssey? Okay. Mine was Linden.
Yeah, I like
Barry Lyndon's my favorite.
Odyssey. It's funky.
First word of your favorite Joy Division album. I don't listen to Joy Division, so I just chose a random word.
I don't listen to them either, but let's go with licked.
Licked.
That's a fun word. I don't even know what it means. It sounds fun.
This is my favorite question I've ever seen in anything. First, what is a scientific term you picked up from listening to NPR once?
Probably oh shoot, I don't listen to NPR very often.
Yeah, I don't either. I went with the vibe.
I'll go with my favorite recent degenerative matter.
Ooh, degenerative matter is so good. Degenerate matter is so good. I can talk about degenerate matter for a long time. We could have like a 3-hour discussion about degenerate matter. I love degenerate matter. It's so good.
I like it when it's composed entirely of neutrons.
It's so good. It's so good. You get the poly exclusion principle starts to fall apart. It's so cool.
Yep.
It's so cool.
What's going on in here? Shit, I don't know, man.
It's so cool. Increasing mass decreases volume. How cool is that?
Messed up.
This was the question that provoked me. This is the reason why we're doing this. What is a piece of military hardware you think looks cool even though war is bad?
Oh, dude, I gotta say, probably the single coolest piece of military hardware in existence, probably the SR-71.
SR-71. Okay. Interesting choice.
I love the SR-71.
You love planes. You love planes. We got
I'm
a planes
saying
guy.
if the plane was a woman, I would have carnal relations with it.
And you chose the most phallic looking plane. Interesting.
I maybe not have thought that through.
We're learning things. We're learning things here.
Huh.
Nano's learning things about himself live on camera.
Oh
no. It is. This is the most phallic looking plane. I don't know what to tell you.
I'm gonna make a controversial statement with this Mads Mikkelsen one. It's gonna be really funny.
Yeah, let's go for it.
What's something I'd enjoy watching Mads Mikkelsen do? I don't know, maybe act.
Act. Okay, easy condensed down into one word.
Act.
Yeah.
I don't think you've ever seen him act.
Oh, jeez. That is a controversial pick.
I just think he's the exact same person every time. He's like Keanu Reeves. The man condition? Oh no.
Okay, we're gonna roll. I'm gonna roll for it for you.
Yeah.
You do not have the man condition.
No!
Now, do you have the condition?
Uh-huh.
You're older than you once were. Your name must have old at the beginning of it.
Fantastic.
Clone condition.
Uh-huh.
You do not have the clone condition.
Oh, thank goodness gracious. I was worried about that.
Okay, now we've got the really dangerous one.
Uh-huh.
The Kojima condition.
Yeah.
You do not have the Kojima condition.
Oh, we were close. Oh,
that was closer. That was close. Okay. Step 5. Name category.
Oh dear.
17. You have a cool name. Proceed to section 10.
Okay, nice.
Section 10. Kojima loves to be cool. Sometimes his idea of cool is a bit strange, but it is always cool to Hideo Kojima, and that's what matters.
Uh-huh.
So, your first name is Act, and your last name is your answer to section 3, number 19.
Uh-huh.
Section 3, number 19. Let's go all the way back up to section 3, question 19.
Degenerative matter.
Yeah. So this is a confusing name. This is a confusing name. You have the old condition.
Uh-huh.
So you have to start with old.
Yeah, old.
Old degenerate matter act. Old act degenerative matter. There we go. Old act degenerate. It is. I do believe it's supposed to be just degenerate matter. Old act degenerate matter. Man, that's better than mine. Last time I did this, I got Harry Al.
Harry Owl?
Al.
Harry. Oh,
That's my first name, and I listed my name as Al Space Mantis. So, all right, let's.
That's extremely funny. This is really funny. I'll have to do this again.
This is a good one. It's a really good one. It's a really good one. Kojima's such a weird dude. One of the guys of all time. Really one of the guys of all time.
He is genuinely one of my favorite artists.
Oh yeah, he should be. He should be. He should be. There's something that's actually really pleasing to me at a deep level about having a director, even if he's a video game director, who is just willing to drop everything and change everything about a piece of art to make space for a specific actor he wants to work with. Like, he's just like, yeah, like I'm now in love with, I now love Hunter Schafer, so I'm just gonna make something that like suits Hunter Schafer.
Mm-hmm.
Like that's sick. Like
I mean,
thank
it
you.
shows that he really understands the people he works with. So
And he loves what he's doing. That he loves his art.
yeah,
That he really loves
it's
his art.
infectious.
Yeah. It's infectious. It's infectious.
Extremely funny. My favorite thing he does is whenever he watches a movie and he didn't like it because he said he watched it, and that's
yeah,
it.
that's deeply funny. It's a very, very funny thing. It's also just such a thing that like he just like loves movies so much. Like I watch a lot of movies,
Yeah.
I don't love them the way that he does. Like I can think of movies that I watched and I loved. Barry Lyndon's the one that's really stuck in my head right
The
now.
man has
That's
a deep
fucking movie.
appreciation for the cinematic art form.
He really does. He really does. And I kind of like to draw the contrast between him and like he does often feel like a guy who wants to make movies and then couldn't and made video games. But I don't think he resents it.
No, I don't think he resents it at all, because he realized that video games are a really fun and new and exploratory medium
And
that it's still trying to figure out its place in everything.
Well, and you can just put a movie inside a video game.
I mean, it's just also really upsetting that it appears as though, the vast majority of people aren't interested in progressing video games as an art form, but rather as a method to milk the most money out of people.
It's frustrating. It's something to be said that, well, I was actually going to say that I just want to kind of finish off this thought with pointing out that I can think of another video game maker who wants to be a movie director and does resent it.
I can think of two.
I was thinking of David Cage.
I was thinking of Neil Druckmann.
Ooh, Druckmann does too. Yeah, that's true. That's true. Druckmann does not respect video games. He does not. He's a game maker.
I've got a friend who may or may not have worked with him in some capacity.
Is he awful to work with? I know David Cage is awful to work with.
Is he awful to work with?
I don't know much about the guy.
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay.
He's an asshole.
I know he's an asshole. I know his art is asshole.
And I'm not talking about I'm not talking like an auteur kind of asshole where their vision like subsumes all the rest. I'm talking an artiste asshole. A dude who wants to be seen as an artist and isn't.
Yeah.
That's what he is.
Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. I mean, again, I just like don't know much about him as a person. Like I know that like his games are clearly just like he doesn't give a shit. Like no. he doesn't give a shit. He just makes movie references and doesn't think about games. And honestly, if he made movies, I don't think he would have a lot to say in movies. He would just there'd just be less dripping contempt and more just kind of feeling unoriginal. And that's something that's I don't know, it's a hell of a thing. It's a hell of a thing. And I don't know, I want people to love art. I love the art that I interact with, and I want other people to love their art and love interacting with their art. And it's sad that people.
I mean, I genuinely think that unless you have love in your heart, like if you don't have love in your heart, you can't really make art.
It
doesn't really matter what the love is toward, but as long as you,
yeah, and it's
genuinely, I don't think you can make love. You can make art without love.
Certainly not art that I'm going to be particularly happy about. Certainly not the kind of art that I tend to like. Oh man, God. But yes, I keep on like looking back at what we were talking about. It's like, let's get back on topic. But I don't know how much we need to be on topic. I have really appreciated that. Our boy Kojima, who we've just been ragging on, his sense of world building, I think, actually works wonderfully well.
Oh yeah, no, he rocks.
That it's very much fantasy Cold War, right?
Yeah.
It's a fantasy Tom Clancy. Is his world building like what if Tom Clancy, but just like there was a wizard? because he's still fundamentally making Tom Clancy
That would elevate Tom Clancy's work beyond right-wing propaganda.
It's actually very easy to elevate Tom Clancy's work. I do have to credit where credit's due. There's a lot of work that's hard to elevate.
Yes.
Like it's really, really hard to elevate 50 Shades of Grey. The directors of the first movie, 50 Shades of Grey, put in their best efforts.
I could do it. I could easily do it.
Well, you'd probably get sued into oblivion then, because E.L. James is extremely litigious.
No. Oblivion's a different game. Oh, she's extremely litigious?
Yeah.
Okay, I've got nothing.
Yeah, I got nothing. I like that. Immediately retreat as soon as lawsuits come up.
No. I mean, I have nothing. What can she do to me?
Oh, fair enough.
Take my computer? Okay, I'll buy a new one.
What if she takes your cat? What if she takes your cat avatar?
I think I would kill her. The
avatar.
The avatar. I thought you were gonna say my cat, like my actual cat. She
impounds your live 2D. She impounds your live 2D model and then starts.
Also, hold on a second. She's actually extremely litigious.
Oh,
You're kidding me.
Yeah,
she's a hack.
I know, and she's a hypocrite because it's a 50 Shades fanfic. I'm sorry, 50 Shades to say it's Twilight fanfic. It's extremely hypocritical of her. She's extremely litigious about fanfic. Yes, it's very hypocritical of her.
It's because she knows.
Yeah.
And she's afraid. Anyway.
Yeah, that's fair. Say what we will about Stephanie Meyer. She's quite magnanimous.
I suppose. I don't know much about her. And I guess that's the best thing you could ever say about someone who rose to such heights of popularity.
Probably, yeah. Like I'm saying that Tom Clancy is very easy to elevate because we did recently on the server watch Hunt for the Red October, which rocked. It rocked. It was great.
For Red October?
Yeah. It was great. Perhaps the most dad core movie that has ever been made. Like,
oh, sorry, I was getting that confused with the with Rocket Boys.
Oh, I was really wondering if you were going to say you got it confused with Raise the Red Lantern.
No, I don't even know what that is.
Oh, okay. It's a Zhang Yimou film from about 1992 about concubines in Qing Dynasty China.
Yeah, I don't think I would know about that.
Oh, it's really good. It's really good. It's Zhang Yimou's best movie. Zhang Yimou is a good director. It's his best film.
It's just out of my wheelhouse, rather.
Fair. But I mean, he was the guy who did House of Flying Daggers and stuff like that. It's his best one. It's so good. It's so good. Hunt for the Red October. You know, it's the Soviet submarine film.
Oh yeah, that's right.
Yeah, with
I remember now.
With Baldwin and Sean Connery and Tim Curry, and
Tim Curry.
all kinds of guys. Yeah, all kinds of guys. Tim Curry being the extremely patriotic Soviet.
He would then go on to reprise his role in Command and Conquer.
Yes. It's got James Earl Jones playing America's dad, like the physical embodiment of the dad of America.
Rest in peace.
Rest in peace. That's why we watched. Was he had passed away earlier that day, so we watched that and Conan. That
hit me like a gut punch. Like I expected it would happen any day.
Yeah, I was about to say. I was not surprised. I was sad, but not surprised. We've known this one's coming for a while.
What a voice! I'm so mad that Disney managed to convince him to sign his voice.
It's awful.
Away to AI.
It's awful. It's awful. It's awful.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter to what context it is used in for the future. I don't care. That's if they do that, they have demonstrated themselves as being one of the most singularly anti-human companies on the face of the earth.
Which they've done repeatedly.
Of course, they've done it.
There's actually a very related thing on this front. Sorry, this is just us getting into like ranting about how much we dislike AI art, but Peter Cushing's likeness was used for an AI training blah 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 CGI in what's it called? Rogue One. Yeah. Peter Cushing's family consented to it. And so like this week, 8 years later, one of Peter Cushing's friends sued the family over it. on, I guess, the standing of bro code,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't know. That's just very funny to me. It's just like, yeah, I know it's 8 years late, but fuck you. Fuck
Yeah.
you for doing this to your dad.
Just like, after considering this, why?
Yeah. I have given this a lot of thought. I've given this 8 years of thought, and fuck you. It's very funny to me. I'm into it. Do it. Go off, King. Go off, King. And
I could easily for several hours.
yeah, absolutely.
Because I have several hours of stuff on my own streams where I popped off about it.
Oh, yeah. But yeah, but like you make these decisions, right? Like I said, like Tom Clancy's easy to elevate, because it's
There's
cold.
not really a lot there.
Well, I mean, the things that are there, like the surface trappings of it, are compelling.
Yeah, of course.
The surface trappings of it are compelling.
I mean, for starters, and one of my first Tom Clancy books I ever read was one of Jack Ryan's ones, and that was whenever this dude flew a plane into the Congress building, and he was the designated survivor.
Yep.
And I was like, well, this is really silly, but I guess I'm going to find out how it goes.
Oh yeah, no. They're incredibly silly.
No, that wasn't the first one I read. It was the one where terrorists managed to figure out how to shoot. What's that field of biological research where they make diseases more virulent?
Virology?
No, it's not. That's not virology. It's a specific term where they make the disease better, and by better, I mean they make it more dangerous.
Biological weapons? Yeah.
They do that with Ebola.
Is that some of
they
our
do it with
fears?
Ebola, and they put it into spray cans, and they hide it in like airports, and just
Yeah.
it doesn't work.
No, of course it doesn't.
Because Ebola turns out it's just not. I mean, outside of like a very small area, it's not very virulent. It's which is really funny that they self-selected for the most vicious form of it.
Oh, I mean, this is like a fundamental.
Yeah, they misunderstood.
I mean, it's like a fundamental. Well, it's also a fundamental problem of writers like Tom Clancy, right? It's like a fun. It was executive orders. Okay, it was executive orders. I had to look this up. I was going to go insane. It's a fundamental thing that a lot of authors go for, and honestly, like we in fiction, we have like people pre-COVID, people often misunderstood this. Like they often thought that the most dangerous disease is the one that kills you the quickest.
Nope. That's a very bad disease.
Yeah. And I mean, we end up with this kind of complicated thing where, what's the most successful disease from an evolutionary perspective? What's the most successful human disease from an evolutionary perspective?
The common cold.
No, it's herpes.
Huh? Oh yeah,
it's herpes. Holy crap. Yeah. 80-90% of humans have herpes.
I don't.
You very likely do, my friend. I'm sorry.
Nope. I'm immune. I've never had a cold sore.
Oh, interesting. Okay. I get cold sores whenever I get sick. It's like the first symptom I get whenever I'm sick is I get a cold sore.
I don't get them. You don't know how I avoided it? I don't kiss very many people.
I got my first cold sores when I was like 4. So that one was.
I've never had a cold sore ever.
That ship sailed from a very young age.
Listen, I am in the top 10% of humanity.
That just means you haven't gotten a cold sore yet.
I don't like that phrasing.
You've got another what, 120 years?
120 years?
You're a wizard, right?
Okay, fair. I mean, we're going by wizard life. I have infinite.
Yeah. Okay. So
then
the chance of you getting herpes is 100%.
I mean, not necessarily. I could just bugger off to the moon.
Imagine getting moon herpes.
Actually, regolith and chafing.
Oh, it's awful. Yeah.
Horrific.
Yeah, it's awful.
It chafes through everything.
Yeah. No, it's so much worse than you think. It's so much worse than you think.
Oh yeah. You like asbestos? Regolith is asbestos on crack. Selected over the eons just to pierce as many cell walls as possible.
You're just reminding me of the of Moon Crash and the Moon Shark. Moon Crash rocks. If you haven't played Moon Crash, I think you'll really like it.
I've not played Moon Crash.
So have you
I was
played
thinking
Prey?
of Snow Crash, but not Moon Crash.
Have you played Prey?
No.
Oh, Prey's really good. You'll really like Prey. If you like games like Deus Ex, you'll like Prey.
Oh,
Prey's
good.
really
I do
good.
like Deus Ex.
Yeah, Prey is really good. It's a very good immersive sim. I actually think I might like it more than Deus Ex at this point. And Moon Crash is so you're like it's an immersive sim where you have like a skill tree and you build.
I'm familiar with Moon Crash. You're experiencing 4 different perspectives and a crashing space station.
Yeah,
you're an insurance auditor.
The important part from a gameplay perspective is you play your immersive sim game. You play your Deus Ex or whatever, but you only really learn how to play the game like one way. You know, like you play Deus Ex and you like specialize in assault rifles or like stealth or something like that. Moon Crash forces you to learn the other play styles.
Yes.
Yeah,
I've heard that it's one of the. I've heard that it is a tragedy that it's a piece of DLC.
I mean, I think it's like the ideal type of DLC to me. Maybe I'm like the wrong type of person for this kind of thing, but like, I don't think it's a good idea to play it before playing Prey. Like, you should play Prey because Prey is like a more complete game, whereas Moon Crash is like a fun remix to experience the gameplay of Prey in like a novel fashion without really the storyline or anything. It's really like if you liked the gameplay of Prey but don't feel like it got pushed far enough, which is very likely, unless you really hated the gameplay of Prey, that's probably how you'll end up feeling at the end of it. It is like the ideal way to do that.
I think Prey suffered from receiving a very poor name.
It did. It did. It should have been
Prey from like 2004 or whatever.
Yeah, no, it's a sequel to it's a BioShock and System Shock. It should have been Psycho Shock, which was the working title for years.
That would have been so cool.
Yeah, because that's what it is. That's what it is.
No, it got called Prey because the publisher's like, yeah, we got this name, we got to use it.
Yeah, no, it's stupid. It's stupid.
Hate those people. Hate those people. Genuinely, I think suits should burn. Anyway, that's.
But yes. But yeah, I'm
getting tired.
I feel like we are getting towards the end of our energy on this. We are at this point just an old man and an old cat.
I'm about to just get into the tired, like everything sucks sort of.
Well, you are up super late for you. This is a super weird time for you to be awake.
I didn't stream today. I just took a nap.
Yeah, this cat usually goes to bed at like 3 p.m. Eastern.
True.
Because that's what cats do.
Never on Fridays though. Never on Fridays.
But let me. So, I think that we can conclude with saying like, Stormlight Archive talks about mental health in some ways that you found incredibly impactful to you at a dark point in your life. And
it did. It was what I needed at the time.
It was what you needed at the time, and it has genuinely made you mentally better and has given you tools for dealing with your mental health crises going forward. Kiri, have you been the whole fucking Jesus Christ? Getting jump scared by a collab mate. She's doing this next week. She's doing this next week.
Nice.
So I am going to. So you're in the stream title, but I'm going to give you the shout outs. Nyanomancer, plug yourself. Plug yourself. Yeah, plug yourself.
Well, as you all have heard, I have a fantastic voice, and I rant and rave about retro games. I rant and rave about art. Oh wait, no, I play retro games, but I also play other games. Basically, you come to my stream. It is, you never know what you're gonna get. Never. Except you're probably going to leave it more confused than when you entered. But at least it'll sound good.
It will sound good. It will sound delightful.
It will sound very good.
Welcome in, Nagi, and thank you for the follow, person who I've been friends with for like 6 months.
Cat of confounding. It's okay, Almantas. You know what she did to me? I knew her for like 2 years.
Before she followed, incredible.
It was crazy. It's hilarious.
Oh my god. Nagi. And Nagi getting here at the tail end after
listen, I'm offended. You would say the tail end. You're saying that only because I'm here. Come on, dog.
I'm sorry, man. Parse out.
Oji-san, as the kids say.
Yeah, Oji-san. Yeah, I mean, usually, people say I look like an owl. I get that one a lot. I get owl a lot. I'm sorry, Nogster. We've been here for 4 hours. This cat's got to take his nap. This cat needs more cat napping.
Game play.
Yes. Yes, this cat is a smart cookie. Does a book club, which is part of the reason why I was very excited to have him on here. Has a lot
I would
of
say allegedly a smart cookie.
I am alleging. I'm doing the alleging.
Oh, very well. It works.
So I'm allowed to. I don't have to say allegedly. I just get to say it.
Some people say I'm pretty smart. The smartest it ever was.
Nagi also says smart, and Nagi is also a smart cookie. The
No,
smart
you can't gas me up.
Sorry. I will never stop gassing up my friends. I'm
like the triumphant sitting in the chariot. I need the slave behind me saying, "Remember, Caesar, thou art mortal."
This is New York. This is New York City friendship. This is New York culture. Is gassing up your friends endlessly and pointlessly.
That's awesome.
Like people miss this about us. No, the only way to make New Yorkers mad is to block foot traffic. New Yorkers are very nice, but if you block foot traffic, it just flips a switch. They just have a very specific
then they step on your car.
Foot traffic. What was that?
I said, then they step on your car.
Oh yeah. They slap your car roof and say, "I'm walking here." But yeah, no. I mean, if you stand in the middle of the sidewalk and stop, you will make people really mad. But if you do anything else, people are pretty happy with you. You can have a sobbing meltdown on the train, and everybody's just like,
"Another day,
there, buddy." Everyone's like, "Yeah."
Been there, man. Have a slice of pizza.
Yeah. No, it's. I think New Yorkers are very nice. But yes. So and this cat, you usually stream 10 a.m., 11 a.m.,
10 a.m. Eastern Standard.
10 a.m. Eastern Standard. Yeah. Smart Cookie runs a book club. Is the magical cat. Thank you for usually a little more chaotic than this. Thank you for meeting my vibe.
I'm deeply focused. When someone presents me a topic of conversation, I zoom in. Except when I don't.
So we are going to raid out to before we raid out. I'm sorry. Do you have anything else you want to plug about yourself before I do my own self plugs? I'm going to try to take them fast.
No.
Okay.
No.
Okay. So I'm just going to make a very quick plug that for the remainder of the month, I am doing a fan art contest. Tell your friends, tell artists there are cash rewards for this fan art contest. It runs for the remainder of September. There are not a lot of entries yet, so your chances are still very good. There has been some excellent fan art, as you guys saw during the breaks of the fan art gallery. So please do enter. I want to see it. The only real rule is no AI NFT nonsense. If you have any further questions, I am easy to reach. I am very easy to reach. That's my Discord. That's the easiest way to reach me. And do you have any closing comments, Nyano, before we head out?
This was fun. This was quite fun. I enjoyed it. Thank you for having me on.
This is a blast. I loved having you here. Kiri, as you see in chat, is actually the one for the 19th. I do not have the schedule out further than that, but I've got some people who are interested in doing this. If you are a VTuber and you are interested in, or even a Flesh tuber, but if you're a streamer and you are interested in doing a presentation like Nyano did, don't hesitate to reach out to me.
But a floss.
We are going to raid out to one of my regulars. Screw Chaos, a little French sheep. Oh, hello, Kaiso. Screw Chaos has not been able to stream for several weeks. Her computer died mid-stream, so she was playing League of Legends. I don't understand anything about League of Legends. That's okay. She's just
so the computer committed suicide.
She is not. Her computer committed suicide. She's very nice. She's a very good singer. She killed it at karaoke night. Absolutely killed it on karaoke night. But yes, thank you all for being here. Thank you all for being here, and that's all I've got.
It was fun.
It was fun. I'll have schedule out over the weekend, and I'll see you all later. I love you all very much.
Peace.